due to losing their home, unfortunately. So we took him in. He is already neutered. He is ready to go, and he is super, super sweet.
Consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for 2017-2018. Today is May 2nd, and we are ready to begin. Members, you should have before you, actually, do we have the budget memo distributed yet? Yes, looks like we do. So you should have before you it's coming right now. So as the budget memo is being distributed, I'm going to go ahead and begin public comment, and then we'll consider the budget memo as soon as public comment concludes. So we have 3 cards. If you would like to speak about the budget, please fill out a card and bring it forward before I conclude these. Please keep in mind that this is a special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. It's a single meeting that extends over several days, and as a result of that and as a result of our workload, we'll be taking comment only on items directly related to the 2017-2018 budget and not otherwise. There will be no general public comment. So with that, we're ready to begin, and I'd like to call up Elsa Moy, followed by Jay Handel, followed by Wendy Butts. And as of right now, those are the only 3 cards I have. So we will conclude comment following Ms. Butts unless I get other cards before then. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elsa Moy, represent the police, financial advisor of Quest Capital. Los Angeles fire police pension needs 8.5%, 2 to 5 years. Potential Jennison Blend Fund, I did the research. I have faith. When we meet the return rate, City of Los Angeles budget will not be in red. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jay Handel, followed by Wendy Butts, who will be followed by Sarah Golden.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jay Handel. I'm the co-chair of the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, our Citizens Oversight Committee for the budget of the City of LA. First, I'd like to thank you for having us here yesterday. I'm sorry I couldn't attend because of the marches. It was a little difficult. I'd like to thank the CAO for his comprehensive report back. We're sifting through it now, very helpful. And I'm here to answer 2 questions that we heard yesterday. Number 1 from, I guess, Councilman Krikorian to Mr. Humphreyville. Are these yours or are these the committee's? Well, everything that you heard was from the committee. It was certainly not just from Mr. Humphreyville. And secondly, I'd like to answer the question about how we're going to fund some of these things you guys are requesting. And I would like to take you back to Brian Allen's comments that said, let us come into the budget process in the very beginning with the departments. So we as outsiders can take a look and see what the departments are looking at, because we might bring fresh eyes to a budget and a process that maybe we can dig some money out to fund some of the things that we're suggesting. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Wendy Butts, followed by Sarah Golden. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Wendy Butts, LA Conservation Corps. Thank you for continuing to support the Corps through funding of our Clean and Green program with GCP, Community Beautification, and Governmental Services funds administered by the Board of Public Works. We are grateful for the $1,751,000 that is included in next year's budget. This assures Corps members can continue to provide special services to the city's neediest neighborhoods. We celebrated the exemption from all of you from paying the minimum wage to our Corps members a couple years ago, but soon realized we couldn't utilize it, as the county approved the same increases since the Corps' work is not only in the city of LA. We decided to follow the city's plan for increases. What that means now is that the funding amount included in next year's budget won't go as far. We'll be forced to decrease Corps member hours by 20%, which means fewer youth on the 8 crews this funding supports now, and anticipated delays in responding to constituent requests for cleanup services. We are asking for an additional $99,000 in GCP funds to cover the costs associated with the $1.50 an hour increase in minimum wage for our traditional general fund supported Clean and Green program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker and our final speaker will be Sarah Golden. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Golden with VICA, the Valley Industry Commerce Association. We believe it is in the best interest of the city to maximize community benefits while increasing revenue. Digital signage is a great tool to do that with. A balanced approach for allowing digital signage on both private and public properties will increase revenue and benefit the public. A public-only program would be insufficient, but by allowing digital signage on both private and public properties, the city can negotiate revenue sharing agreements with the sign companies and in turn increase revenue while benefiting the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comment portion of the day, and we will go next to consideration of the memo list. So, members, if you have any suggested amendments or revisions to the report back list, let me know. Otherwise, Mr. Blumenfield?
Yeah, there's one that I think wasn't captured, which is over the long term, our regulation enforcement have been cost effective, while catch and kill has not. This is for animal services. Right now, our services cost the city 1.1% of its general fund. So providing the service level to provide enforcement and maintain no kill would require a commitment of 1.3% of the city's general fund. So to report back on the benefit that the higher level would be in terms of lowering long-term costs for animal care. So let me reframe that. What would be the benefit of increasing the funding in terms of lowering the costs of animal care and control? It's trying to get the cost-benefit analysis that I don't think that would benefit us in making this decision on funding. So cost-benefit analysis of additional funding to lower the kill.
Okay, is that clear? Very good. Anything else? Mr. Bonin?
One, under Cultural Affairs, item 440, it's listed as Englander Bonin. I don't remember mentioning this one, so I don't think my name...
Which one was that?
440 under Cultural Affairs.
No, I think that was Mr. Englander's thought. So you get sole credit and responsibility for that one, Mr. Englander. Anything else? Ms. Martinez?
Under Cultural Affairs, memo number 433, it should read, report on the opportunities to earmark additional funds in the Arts and Cultural Facilities and Service Fund from the Airbnb portion of the Transient Occupancy Task for Services in underserved communities. That's it.
Okay. Great. Anything else, members? Mr. Englander? Okay. Then if there's no further changes as amended, I would entertain a motion to approve. Mr. Englander moves, Mr. Blumenfield seconds, and without objection, the memo list for today is approved. And Matt, how many do we have back so far? 15? 16 reports back. How many are outstanding? Okay. So I just want to give a little reminder to the departments, and this will not be the last reminder, that our ability to consider any changes in this budget, to consider any of the departmental requests that we've asked for reports back on, are dependent upon our receiving the reports back. So as I do every year, I want to urge that we complete those reports expeditiously. This committee has done a terrific job, I think, of reducing the number of reports precisely so that we can focus our attention on getting the reports done, having them back to us in sufficient time for us to adequately consider them before we have to make the difficult choices about this budget next week. So I would again remind all departments we're waiting for your memos, and we look forward to getting them back expeditiously. All right. So with that, we'll go ahead to our first presentation of the day by the Office of Public Accountability. Is Dr. Pickle available? Yes. Dr. Pickle, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Fred Pickle, Executive Director, Office of Public Accountability, Ratepayer Advocate.
And we did receive your letter, but especially given the sort of change in oversight of your office, I'd welcome any introductory comments you'd like to make before we get started on questions.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed budget for this year. The proposed budget provides funding for OPA's charter mandate to provide public independent analysis of the Department of Water and Power actions as they relate to water and electricity rates. The total cost of the OPA continues to be reimbursed by DWP and collected in accordance with standard city billing procedures. The funding provided for 16-17 is continued in the proposed 17-18 budgets, positions, and unappropriated balance. A key change is the proposed budget authorizes the city clerk to provide administrative support services for the OPA instead of the administrative support services that have been provided by the Office of the CAO. The city clerk already provides support to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment and other small committees and departments within the city. The OPA will become a separate city department as envisioned in the charter amendment originally, with administrative support, IT, and payroll as such provided by the city clerk instead of the CAO's office. And to understand what we do regularly, routinely, the OPA has issued comprehensive report packages on major rate reviews involving outreach to, depending on the year, 20 to 60 community meetings, participating jointly with the DWP. In addition, we have participated in 5 years of DWP budgets, integrated resource plans, and numerous special studies, such as DWP's billing system challenges. The OPA routinely participates in DWP board, council, and council committee meetings on DWP issues. And OPA also meets at least monthly with neighborhood council groups focused on DWP issues. This past year, our principal report that was released was a joint report with DWP on LA DWP total compensation, and we hope that report will be repeated in the future every 3 years or so. Also, we released a report on the fiscal year 17-18 preliminary budget for DWP that encouraged them to provide substantially more detail on funds that were not spent according to plan. And we've also routinely commented on other items such as DWP rate metrics, the rooftop solar pilot, and tracking the total rates paid by customers. In this year's budget, we would like 2 changes. One, we had originally proposed to augment the unappropriated balance from $750,000 to $1.2 million. This was because of special studies we've already been requested, and we hope to implement in the next fiscal year. In particular, tracking the Public Utilities Commission activities on Aliso Canyon. And one minor item, we'd like to reclassify the position within the Department of an Executive Administrative Assistant 3 to an Executive Legal Secretary 2 to reflect position changes that have already taken place. This has no fiscal impact.
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll begin questions with Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the OPA proposes to use $450,000 for contractual services to support the 2018 rate updated metrics review, correct?
Yes.
And also another $750 is allocated into the UB for benchmarking studies. Have you begun the studies? And when do you think you'll be able to bring this to council for discussion?
To do these studies effectively, we have to coordinate with DWP. DWP has been going through its budgeting cycle, and they have assured us that they will While we've contracted, the contract is in place. We've been waiting for them to have staff available to coordinate with us on this effort.
So we haven't started the studies yet?
It has not started yet. We anticipate to start it as their budget cycle ends.
And once you start the studies, do you think you'll need to access the funds right away rather than having them come back at a later date to request the actual funds?
Our department is unusual in that if the funds are budgeted, we can go ahead and contract directly.
Okay.
It's part of the charter amendment. But funds for the initial portion of this study were included in this year's UB, and they were moved into and encumbered in the contracting process for this year. So the first stage of this benchmarking is already set up and contracted.
Okay.
This sort of benchmarking begs for follow-on work, and the UB is to allow funds for potential follow-on work, but we have to come back to council to request the change out of UB for those funds.
Okay. And in light of the charter specifying that DWP budget should not be no less than 2.5% of water and power sales, can the OPA provide a report back on the annual budget for the past 5 years and how it compares to the DWP's revenues for sale and water and power?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
I'm asking for a report back for the OPA to report back on the annual budget for the past 5 years on how it compares to DWP's revenues for sale and water and power.
And that's the OPA's budget.
Correct.
The number is 0.25%. The council has given us a budget in excess of that minimum for each of our years over the last 5 years. I will provide the specifics of that back to you.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Englander? Okay. Mr. Blumenfield?
The reclassification of the position, I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and do that. It says no fiscal impact. Is that just no general fund impact or no fiscal impact whatsoever?
Correct on both counts.
What's that?
Correct on both counts.
On
No
both.
fiscal impact, and because it's ultimately paid back, but also it's the same amount of funds from DWP. The pay scale for those two classifications are identical.
Great. So I don't know if it's a report back, but just I'll suggest that we go ahead and do that. Makes sense to me. And just sort of big picture, do you feel that you're getting the cooperation from DWP? And I should say, having been in E&E committee and appreciate the perspective that you're able to bring to the different issues, and I think that is important for our ratepayers, and that the service you provide is an important check and balance to the system. That being said, do you feel like you get enough cooperation from the DWP to do the work that you need, and is there anything else that you need, legislatively or otherwise, that would help you carry out your mission?
While it would be wonderful to say I had subpoena authority, I don't think that would end up in more cooperation. It's a large organization, and often the organization can't keep the information straight within itself. So getting good information, useful information takes time and cooperative work with the department. But if we had a specific problem, we would bring it forward to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Bonin? Just one question, Dr. Pickle, that occurred to me as we're talking about some of these changes. When we created this office a number of years ago, one of the big challenges that we debated within the council was how we could ensure that we would have an office that would be robust enough to do its work, well-funded, and yet at the same time maintain independence and not have this office be dependent upon council or DWP management or anyone else to determine its fate. And you have been our one and only ratepayer advocate, and I think you've done a terrific job. I just would like to know what you would suggest in terms of governance and oversight. Have we struck that balance? Are there policy changes that you might suggest that you feel would relieve any restrictions that you might experience now on your feeling of independence? How could we make your office more effective that way?
There were some items that were included in the RRR reform measure that did not pass, including increasing the minimum budget up to a level that is a little bit less than our typical funding anyway. And another component that we would like that was not included in RRR was like the City Attorney's Office, like the Ethics Commission, like the CLA, we would benefit from having all our staff be exempt.
Okay. All right, very good. Anything else, members? Okay. Dr. Pickle, thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us. And that will bring up next the CAO report. And members, just keep in mind that we're not only going to be hearing from Mr. Llewellyn about his own internal budget, but also the GCP fund, the unappropriated balance, the reserve, Capital Finance Administration, or MICLA, the CIEP, the TRAN, and Exhibit H, and perhaps even the yet-to-be-created Cannabis Regulation Department. So, welcome.
Good afternoon, council members. Sarah Bukirin Garcia with the Office of the CAO. The general city purposes budget includes appropriations for contracts and programs that are not assigned to a specific department or are shared across various departments. Many items are also included in GCP to highlight specific services such as meals for seniors or homeless services. The proposed GCP budget for 2017-18 is $137.9 million, a decrease of 17.8% or $29.8 million. The decrease is primarily due to the reduction in loss of funding, which is expected to be offset by Measure H proceeds. Highlights for GCP include new items such as $1 million for the Justice Fund, which will provide nonprofit legal representation for undocumented, low-income individuals and families facing removal proceedings. Census operations and outreach, $420,000 is added for that item. This is provided to the Mayor's Office for 2020 census operations. Increases include $3.67 million increase to Clean Streets related costs to reimburse the Solid Waste Resources Revenue Fund for vehicle fuel, vehicle depreciation, and fleet maintenance expenses. Additional increases include a $2.79 million increase to Medicare contributions, which is based on anticipated estimated costs. There's also a $300,000 increase to the Youth Employment Program to cover the minimum wage increase, which is effective this July. The proposed budget in GCP also transfers a total of $8.9 million to other departments and the UB. One example of this is a $4.79 million transfer to HCID to support Family Source Center contracts. Approximately $33.8 million is not continued for LASA. As mentioned previously, Measure H is anticipated to offset the reduction. Many of the departments with GCP funding are available here today. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Mr. Englander, would you like to begin on this one?
Oh, you come back.
All right, Mr. Blumenfield?
Regarding the Clean and Green jobs program, with the minimum wage increase, I know the constant level of funding over the past years has made it difficult to have a constant level of services. So I just want to request a report back for adding the $99,000 to the Conservation Corps. Mitch O'Farrell also asked me about this and wanted to see this added, so I wanted to get a report back on that.
Okay.
And that's it for right now.
Okay. Mr. Englander.
All right. A couple of questions that I'll just dive into. But I want to make a statement since it was actually just brought up, and I appreciate Councilmember Blumenfield bringing that up. And it's a statement on that youth employment, the fact that it's jumping from $300,000 to $2.3 million. And that's attributed to the raise in the minimum wage. And my statement is that it's a simple item that we're funding, although it's a big number. We're recognizing that minimum wage change, and to keep youth employment and to keep the same baseline at a minimum, that's the number and the dollar difference that the city can, on their annual budget, simply come out of their general fund and say, we need to fund that dollar change to maintain the same goals and objectives in this program. But there was no carve-out under this policy for nonprofits that don't have that ability. Many nonprofits who were saying they're actually going through their process right now, but they don't have another revenue stream or a general fund to tap. That's what they do. And while there's no report back, and since it was brought up, I'm just mentioning that as a note, that that's one of the reasons I think a lot of council members asked for carve-outs on that policy, because all our nonprofits are struggling with that right now. And here in the very breath, we're about to fund that difference and didn't figure it out for them. So in terms of the, like to report back on line 831, number 10, to see whether other type of funding may be available. On, I think I'm fine on that.
And while you're looking, Mr. Englander, members, I probably should have helped organize this discussion a little bit better. I think what we should do is go segment by segment. So why don't we just start by exhausting our GCP questions, and then we'll move on to the next. It might help our report requests come out a little bit more clearly. So let's focus first on GCP, which I think you're on already.
I am. Yeah,
Mr.
but that's great. Okay, good.
And then we'll come back to the others.
Okay, even better. I think that's the bulk of what I have. I did have a, just for a point of clarification on line 61, page 845. The Summer Night Lights funding at $1.7 million. I just wasn't sure. Is that in addition to grid funding, or is that just part of and calling it out? I just wanted the clarification. I don't need a report back. You could just answer it if you know the answer.
I'm sorry, the Summer Night Lights?
Yeah, the $1.7 million, is that in addition to the grid funding, or is that part of overall grid?
This is in addition to the grid funding.
So it's an additional $1.7 million for this year.
It continues Summer Night Light funding at $1.68 million.
That was, okay. And the last change I have is just a minor technical correction on, there's a funding request on it too, though. On page 846, line 62 and 63, those are for various contract cities and independent cities. It's at 10,000 for contract cities. It should be at, requested back at 12,500. And independent cities should be at 8,500. Request back a report on that. And also to change the language to ensure that it includes the travel authority for participation in those. That's all I got for the EV.
Okay, thank you. On,
I mean, for GCP.
yes, yes. So a couple of things. First, the aging programs, there's funding deleted that had previously been provided for family caregiver, elder abuse prevention, and older American support. I understand that we're having a difficult time funding everything that's important, but are there any other alternative appropriations in the budget other than in GCP that would support those programs? Or is this a straight cut? Is that, in other words, is that funding being backfilled anywhere else in this budget?
I can certainly report back on that.
Okay. And if it's not, which I expect that it is not, could you also report back on what the service impacts would be to those programs so that we can consider options for supporting them. In the Blue Book, page 831, the $1 million set aside for the Justice Fund is included. Obviously, there are significant policy considerations that the Council has not yet resolved in regard to that. So I would ask that we include draft language in Exhibit H to ensure that the funds that are budgeted for the Justice Fund not be transferred out of the GCP, not be expended until the Council has acted on the policy for those funds pursuant to Council File 17-0046 and specifically approve those expenditures following completion of that policy. I'd also like to request a report back on the city's payment of dues to become a member of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, pursuant to Council File 17-0235. And then there's a transfer of $200,000 out of grid for a new program in the Office of Reentry. I'm not sure exactly what the connection between those two things is, how those programs interrelate, whether that will result in a change in services or merely a change in the administration of that funding. Can you articulate what the objective is there and what the Office of Reentry would do that isn't currently being done by GRID? What's the reason for that change?
In 16-17, funding was added to GRID, I think in the amount of $300,000 for the Office of Reentry. And so in the proposed budget, we're separating out the Office of Reentry. The office works to improve outcomes for and opportunities available to justice-involved individuals. They support reintegration into community through initiatives that prioritize employment, housing, legal resources, supportive services, and family reunification. So this would continue those services.
Okay. What's the objective in separating it out from GRID? Is it just an administrative issue, an accountability issue?
I defer to the mayor's office.
Okay, it's okay. I mean, we can get a report back on that, unless we can get just a quick answer now, Mr. Szabo, if you know. Otherwise, a report back would be fine. That's fine. That'll be fine. Thank you. Okay, that's all I have for GCP. Ms. Martinez?
In the Blue Book, page 840, item 42, there's $200,000 has been allocated for gender equity and other community engagement activities. What specific gender equity goals are you planning on implementing this year?
So this item is funded in the mayor's office. I'll be happy to report back.
Okay. And then also in the Blue Book, page 832, item 13, $130,000 has also been allocated for county service massage parlor regulations. What are these inspections resulting in an inventory of massage parlors, or what exactly is this for? Do we know?
I'm sorry, I'll report back on that.
Okay. Blue Book, page 836, item 29, $2.3 million has been allocated to continue employment and skills development program for youth. How many youth do we know are expected to be served in the next fiscal year? Can we get a report on the number of youth served by council district?
So I'd be happy to report back. So this is for the youth employment program?
Right.
It's 1,000 youth that would be served.
1,000?
Yes.
All right, so my question is, how many are you expecting to serve next year, and can you break that down by council district?
I'll be happy to report back on
that. Blue Book, page 840, line item 43, the Gang Reduction and Youth Program Office has an allocation for $26,000. Have we been collecting data on the impact that GRID has had in over the past couple of years?
I'd like to defer to the mayor's office on that question.
Do we know what kind of an impact we've made?
I'll
Do
be
we
happy
have
to
any
report back.
data? I'm sure we collect data on grid.
Yes, we do. We do have data on that, and we'd be happy to report back on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I also see there was an allocation for $200,000 to the Office of Reentry to perform juvenile reentry services. What types of reentry services are we talking about?
Yes.
And what kind of services are we currently providing?
This is successful reintegration. These are policies and programs that support successful reintegration into the community through initiatives that prioritize employment, housing, legal resources, supportive services, and family reunification.
Okay. And then the last thing I had, several months ago last year, I introduced a motion requesting the Saturday night lights employees to be trained to identify human trafficking victims. I just wanted to get an update as to how the training was going.
I can report back on that as well.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin? On GCP?
I noticed Great Streets program is decreased this year. Why is that, and what will that cut feel like?
So the funding was reduced to reflect two positions within EWDD that were not continued for the facade improvement program.
Two positions where?
Within EWDD.
Okay. I'd like to get a report back then on what impact that will have on the Great Streets program. I know mine is behind some of the others because we had to get the street back from Caltrans. Maybe the other 14 are substantially done, and it's not a service we need, but if I could just get a report back on that, that would be great. Second is on the DART program. I'm glad to see the amount of money is maintained, but I'm curious about whether or not the same amount of money results in a reduction in services just because costs and other stuff may have gone up in the past year. So I imagine the costs probably haven't gone up dramatically, but I'd like to know whether or not keeping that level is actually causing a reduction in what can be done at each of the 21 sites.
Okay, so the number of sites has remained the same, but we can report back if there are any changes to services.
Yes, if the services at those sites are fewer because we're not keeping up with whatever inflation costs or might also be coming on. And the third thing I wanted to ask about, I talked about this at length the other day, was about homelessness. I'm very, very hopeful that we come up in the next week and a half with a way to do some gap financing for LASA or get some more clarity from the county, because otherwise this is a budget that looks remarkably like what we were doing a few years ago, where we were spending a lot on enforcement and cleanups and criminalization and not on services. I'm confident we can find a way through it, but I'm nervous as hell until we do. I want to get a piece of clarity on something, though. We've effectively, for the purposes of what we're looking at this week, cut, was it $25 million from homelessness? But we're anticipating getting significantly more than that in H. Is that correct?
Sir, LASA has applied for the things where the city, the short answer is yes, and also LASA is applying to expand some of the city programs countywide, so they will be getting both more in the city and more outside the city.
And what opportunity do we, either as the Budget and Finance Committee or the Council's Homelessness and Poverty Committee, get to weigh in on what services get expanded with that additional funds? Is it really exclusively a matter of what we're asking the county for now and what they choose to fund? Or do we anticipate having any leeway throughout the year and saying, this isn't going as well as we wanted, but this really has a greater need and we have some ability to redirect LASA?
So I think the way Measure H was crafted, the County Board of Supervisors actually allocate the money. So if at some point during the course of the year there needs to be a review of more shelter, less street, more housing, I think it would end up being the County Board of Supervisors, and LASA would be applying to them for changes based on what it saw on the ground.
So essentially, when it comes to homelessness, because of the funding mechanisms, we do brick and mortar with Triple H. They're in charge of the budget for services. We're really in a situation where, despite what we did last year, because we were trying to fill an urgent gap with one-time funds, we're more or less out of the services business.
Well, so you are maintaining your historical commitment, going back to your maintenance of effort.
Right.
And so we do, in fact, fund $17 million to $19 million of LASA. You did before,
Right.
You will continue doing, so you're still funding that.
Right.
Plus other city services, plus the cleanup stuff. And then, obviously, the city has half of the board of LASA as it manages it on an ongoing basis.
Right, yeah. I don't count the cleanup stuff. I'm talking about the actual, what gets somebody off the street and into housing, but I appreciate that. And the final question is on the, under rapid rehousing, it reminds us that we're putting all the TOT monies from the short-term rentals into the general fund as opposed to rapid rehousing or to affordable housing, which is how it was sold in the first place. If the linkage fee doesn't come online, don't we need to use some of that short-term rental TOT to help us with affordable housing?
Councilmember, if the money is put into the general fund, then your body will decide how to use it, and it gives you the most flexibility.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And we will go next then to the unappropriated balance. And let's go ahead and, Mr. Bonin, you want to start with the UB as well?
Thank you. I don't have much here on the UB, but I did want to sort of continue the question on the linkage fee, because it sort of relates to the UB, I think, is we have in the anticipated revenue for the budget an expectation of $10 million. I'm hoping that we can get a lot more than that, but we just have sort of the flat estimate for the $10 million. I'm wondering if we could get a report back giving us sort of a menu of what we might expect. If the policy as drafted is approved effective at the start of the fiscal year, how much would we have? 1/4 of the way through, do it quarterly, so we have a sense of when we act, how much we might get, and then whether or not we should, as part of that report back, whether or not we should create a line item in the UB for the funds in excess of the $10 million that we're counting on?
And I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of that, Mr. Brown. Was that for the mid-year adjustment?
It was, I'm saying, for the linkage fee. If we get more than $10 million, we should have a line item in the UB for it to be sitting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about a few of the programs that are identified in the UB. First of all, there's $2 million for the accessible housing program retrofit contracts. What extent of service would we expect to get for $2 million? How many contracts would a program like that fund, and how are we anticipating that those funds be allocated to the various departments? Or has that been determined yet?
Good afternoon. I'm Laura Guglielmo, the Executive Officer for the Housing and Community Investment Department, and I am also overseeing the Accessible Housing Program. That $2 million, we don't have a specific number of contracts. The program is still in its infancy. We currently have pending an RFP for a lead architect. That lead architect will help us identify the specific repairs and corrections that will need to be made throughout the 729 properties that will be subject to the settlement. And in addition, we'll be hiring additional architects and general contractors, but we're not ready to act on that at this time. So the $2 million that's has been placed in the UB is really
it's a placeholder.
It's a placeholder.
Yeah. And so there's 729 potentially eligible sites?
The settlement agreement with independent living centers et al. Included 729 affordable housing properties that have been built going back quite some time. And those properties, we are required to survey all of those properties and ensure that for over 10 years, 4,000 units are either brought up to accessible standards of the federal and highest California accessible standards, whichever is greater, or build those new. And we anticipate that that'll be a combination.
Okay, very good. Thank you. There's $100,000 set aside for the Commission on Revenue Generation. I'm wondering what the intent of that is, what action is required to transfer those funds out of the UB so that they can be expended, and were there funds that were appropriated in the UB last year for the Commission, and have those been used?
Jennifer Lopez with the Office of the CEO. There is $125,000 in the current year budget, which has not yet been transferred. Right now, the mayor's office is still in they haven't quite appointed their commission yet, so it has not yet been established, and that's still pending. So we have another 125. We have a commitment to go up to 500,000, I believe, with the coalition. So this would just be the startup funding. We expect to reappropriate the current years to next year, so that would give us 250,000, which is halfway there to what we're obligated to do.
Okay. On dash service expansion, is the $14.4 million set aside in the UB sufficient to execute Phase 2?
I believe that's still pending. That's what the estimate is, although that does not include the purchase of 35 dash buses as part of the plan, and it's equivalent to about $20 million.
Okay. And what would be the source of the funding for the purchase of the vehicles?
That has not yet been identified. I have our DOT analyst, and DOT is here to discuss.
Angela Berman, LADOT. The source of funds would be Proposition A, Prop A.
Okay. And are there sufficient Prop A funds set aside and available to be able to begin the purchasing of the Phase 2 buses?
So the Phase 2 would be, the department is currently working on the report for the analysis that would show what the amount would be for Phase 2.
Okay, great. And then finally, there was $1 million set aside for short-term rental enforcement. I recognize that this is brand new, but what was the process by which that amount was selected? Is that another one of those placeholders where as we develop the policy and make estimates of what kind of staffing will be necessary, that will be subject to significant revision, I take it?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Ms. Martinez on the UB?
Thank you. Next year's budget does not include anything on the judgment obligation bonds. Can you talk a little bit about what the thoughts were behind that, why that wasn't included in this year's budget? Do you just anticipate that we're going to have a better year next year?
I believe that's still pending before council. We're going through the process currently and did not assume it in the budget.
Natalie Brill, CAO's office. Right now, the way the judgment obligation bonds work is you have to go through litigation first to get the bonds validated, and we're in the middle of that. We were instructed by Budget and Finance Committee to come back after that and report back on whether or not you wanted to continue with the process.
Okay. And I had a similar question to Mr. Kokorian on the short-term rental enforcement piece. I wanted to get a better sense as to where that $1 million was derived from. And I was curious, are you looking at the San Francisco model or any other major city in terms of their enforcement piece, and that's why you came up with $1 million? Or is that simply because we don't have a cap yet or a policy in place?
That's correct.
Or
We
is
don't-
that sort of the ballpark that you're thinking based on the decision that came out of the planning
Right.
commission?
That's why it's still just a placeholder for now until a policy gets.
So that could
put
go
forward.
up.
Right. Yes. Or go down.
Mr. Englander?
Line 12. We've got a new item of $2.5 million in fireboat maintenance and repair, $2 million for one-time, $500,000 for ongoing maintenance. So I'd like a report back on, do we have anything else outstanding from the port? And I understand that this has been going on for years and that there's money in arrears. So if you can report back on, is this future or is this previous?
The amount that's included in the UB is for the fireboat that needs to be hauled out next fiscal year.
Okay, so we have previous.
It's not from previous boats.
Well, we have previous issues that the port has not reimbursed the department for. And so if you can report back on that, the status and the amount.
Yes.
That'd be great. Thank you. And on line 26, the pavement preservation line item is zeroed out. It was $2.5 million last year, roughly. So is this somewhere else in the budget? Is that why? And so if you can, yes.
The pavement preservation has allocations in different special funds this year. You have Measure M pavement
Right.
funds for
Okay, so we're just
reconstruction and all of those kinds of things.
So we're just taking it out of the UB for that reason. Just want to be clear.
There was not a need to continue it for next year.
Okay, and then on line 26, then I don't need a report on that. On line 36, $1 million for tree trimming and alleys, which is, do we have other items and other allocations and throughout the budget for tree trimming and alleys?
Services budget.
I'm sorry, your mic's not on.
They're included in the Bureau of Street Services budget.
Right. So what was the reasoning for having another $1 million in the UB?
I would have to defer to the department.
Let's get a report back.
Yeah.
We have more than enough work that needs to be done. Again, the department, and I'd rather not sweep these funds at the end of the year and saying we didn't use them because we didn't have a need. There's certainly enough need for alleys and tree trimming. So, okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. If you could help me understand the difference between item line 1 and line 31.
Line 1 is just basically a title. It was titled 2016-17 Budgetary Shortfalls in the current fiscal year. We just retitled it as a reserve for mid-year adjustments so that could accommodate not just shortfalls but fluctuations in revenue, et cetera. So it's just basically a reserve.
It's the same thing?
It is the same.
Okay. I didn't know if there was a difference. So
It's just a title change.
So we actually have $5 million less this year in that reserve fund than we had for mid-year adjustments than we did last year.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Just want to understand that. And then generally, usually items in the UB involve policy questions. I've noticed this year there's some items that are not open policy questions, and I wanted to ask the mayor's office, Mr. Szabo, to explain this. What that's about.
Yeah, thank you. And this actually can address Councilman Englander's question about tree trimming and alleys. For purposes that I could let the CAO go into greater detail if you're interested. As we're going through the budget process, we are constantly getting updated revenue projections. As we get closer and closer to April, parts of the budget for various purposes need to be shut down and booked. As we continue to get a clearer picture of revenue, a couple of items that you see in the UB that would otherwise have been programmed into departments or on schedules were put in the UB simply for timing purposes. That would include the tree trimming and alleys, the $1 million that would otherwise have gone into Bureau of Street Services, the purposeful aging, $200,000, would otherwise have gone into the Department of Aging. The network hardware replacement item, this is all on page 912, would have gone into ITA. And then on page 911, the capital projects line for $2.3 million would have gone into the CIEP, and the community engagement item for $275,000 would have gone into GCP.
Great. So just to kind of clean things up, I'd like to ask for a report back on moving these items out of the UB and into the general fund.
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, I could probably save the CAO a report from your prior question on the Office of Reentry. That was simply moved from grid for administrative purposes only. Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay. Anything else on the UB, members? Okay, we'll go next then to the reserve fund.
Jennifer Lopez with the
And
office.
Go ahead.
Okay. Jennifer Lopez again with the Office of the CAO. The July 1, 2017 reserve fund balance after technical adjustments is projected to be $294.4 million, and that's equivalent to about 5.09% of the general fund budget, which is above our policy goal of approximately of the budget, which is $5.78 billion. With this budget stabilization fund, which is projected at $95.8 billion, that brings us up, including the $10 million reserve in the UB for mid-year adjustments, that brings us up to 6.9% of the general fund budget.
I'm sorry, one second. So if you take the reserve fund, the reserve for, what are we calling it now, mid-year adjustments, and the budget stabilization fund combined, the reserve percentage would be?
6.9%.
Okay, thank you.
I can go through any of the assumptions if you're interested, or I can answer any questions you may have.
If there are questions on that, we can. How many years in a row now have we begun the year with a 5% or greater reserve?
Can I borrow this? I have it in my book here. Excuse me. We've had them above for quite a bit of, let's see, since 2013-14.
Okay.
So that's about 3 and 4 years.
Okay, very good. Members, any questions on the reserve or the budget stabilization fund? Oh, I did have another question on the budget stabilization fund. We are not adding excess revenues to the budget stabilization fund directly in this proposed budget.
That is correct, yes.
And the reason for that is because that 1% for capital improvements is set aside.
That's correct.
In lieu of putting it in the budget stabilization fund. Is that right?
That's correct. We put about 1.3% of the general fund towards capital projects in line with our 1% policy for CIP.
Okay, very good. Anything else, members, on reserve? Okay, thank you very much. That brings up next MICLA. And by the way, Ms. Brill, I know that there's no better way that you would prefer to celebrate your birthday than talking about MICLA. So happy birthday. So, all right, welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Augusto Gutierrez with the Office of the CAO. Today I'll be going over the Capital Finance and Administration Fund budget and the proposed MICLA financings. The proposed Capital Finance and Administration Fund budget is for $242.6 million, and this is a $12.5 million increase from the previous fiscal year. And there's a few factors driving this increase. One of them is $4.47 million in lease payments for the MICLA Streetlights private placement, which closed last month. And this was for high voltage to low voltage conversions and LED conversions. And this will be paid from the Street Lighting Maintenance and Assessment Fund. And another reason is $5.1 million that's being budgeted for a anticipated private placement financing for the financing of black and white vehicles, motorcycles, and other emergency vehicles. Now, this won't be done through MICLA, as the useful life of these vehicles is below the 6-year MICLA policy threshold. So this will be done as a direct loan. And the size of the loan is between $22 and $25 million over a 5-year period. And as for MICLA financing requests, the totals are for $114.7 million. Of that, $87.2 million is for capital equipment. And 16.6 of that is for clean street vehicles. It's for 81 vehicles. $37 million is for General Services Department vehicle and equipment replacements. This is for vehicles for multi-departmental city fleets. $20 million is for fire department vehicle replacements. $4 million is for a police helicopter replacement. $2.8 million is for a police non-black and white vehicle replacements. And 6.7 is for traffic signal safety projects. As for real property projects, totals equal 27.5, and the majority of that is for capital improvements to city facilities. And some of these facilities include Fig Plaza building, Marvin Browdy building, so several facilities. In addition to that, there is electric vehicle charging infrastructure being done across the city. $2.6 million is being requested for EV charging stations at police facilities, and $4.86 million is being proposed for EV charging stations throughout city facilities and throughout the city. And that concludes that portion of it. And there's a 6% debt ratio ceiling for non-voter approved debt. The projected 2017-18 non-voter approved debt will be 4.32%. And that concludes the presentation.
What's the trend on that percentage? How does that compare to last year's?
The 4.32%? I believe last year was slightly below that. We've been hovering around 4%.
Okay.
We haven't really gone over that, around that general area. So,
you know, as revenues go up, general fund revenues go up, that percentage will go down, right?
Right. Okay.
So
Very
it's a
good.
function of both how much we issue and revenues.
Thank you. Mr. Englander, can you get us started?
Thank you. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Keep that alive, going. Okay, so 2 quick questions on MICLA. One was on the traffic signal safety projects for $6.75 million. Specifically, what is that for? Is it updating the ADSAC? Is it what?
I'll partially answer that. It's for the actual signals themselves. MICLA can pay for the equipment, can't pay for any software. So it'll be mainly, I believe, for the actual signals.
Angela Barum and LADOT, yes, that's accurate. It's for the installation of signals.
Is this new signals or replacements?
These are new signals.
So is this also being tracked as part of Vision Zero to make sure engineering and traffic flow and safety? Instead of just in MICLA, is it identified anywhere else, this $6.7 million in Vision Zero as part of Vision Zero?
To my knowledge, this $6.7 million is not associated with Vision Zero. If they're non-Vision Zero traffic signals, there is an appropriation in Measure M for Vision Zero traffic signal installation.
Traffic signal is a Vision Zero from my perspective, but it depends on.
Sure.
So if we can give us a report back specifically on that and how it could be tracked as part of. Yeah, Mike, if you could. Others on this MICLA financing?
Yes, asking
and
that
identifying
it be
it
used
that
as
way.
part of Vision Zero.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, because I want to track every dime that's going to Vision Zero, so we could
Yep.
share it and track it. And, okay. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So I don't need to report back then if that you caught that yesterday as part of that, because although it's specifically this it's roughly $6.5 million out of MICLA, it looks like it was already identified as that. Okay. And then my last question is on item. Well, it's under the facilities rather than equipment on item 9 on the EV chargers for LAPD. Are these for where are they? What are these for?
They're for the electric vehicles of the police department.
For the PD's vehicles, not for the public that park in the
It can be-
parking? Where are they being installed?
Well, it could be both. There's nothing that prevents from the MICLA side
No, right, I get that. I'm trying to figure out,
where they are.
well, we're purchasing them, and where are we installing them? What are we using them for?
Maria Cardenas with the CAO's Office Municipal Facilities Section. Actually, this year we started installing some electric vehicles at a few police facilities, and those are for police vehicles. We leased about 100 police vehicles.
Right.
The plan next year is to continue to provide employee EV chargers.
Okay, so I'd ask-
at about 14 stations.
I would ask that this be put in the UB, and I would like a special study back on actually if those vehicles are being used at all or just sitting there. How many miles do they have on? How often they be being checked out? These are the BMWs, correct, for the most part? Yeah. The ones that are all sitting in the garages and not being driven, those ones? Yeah. So now we're putting in infrastructure for cars that aren't even being driven. So that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it necessarily. It means we might have to push the officers and others to make sure that they're using cleaner vehicles. But we'll figure that out with the special studies. I don't think we should put in the infrastructure yet until we find out what the problem is with the program, if there are any.
We won't issue any debt for MICLA until we come back anyway for reappropriation. It's usually part of your budget.
Okay.
So we'll wait. I mean,
So can we pull
there's
that?
no really funding in
Sure,
MICLA.
sure,
It's just the
sure. Right.
authority.
It's just a matter of well, yeah, but we're approving that we're actually going to do it, correct?
Right. So we won't actually.
So if we can pull that number 9 as a separate line item for MICLA, so we can just actually wait for special study to come back with that on the actual vehicles.
I would just note that LAPD's ability to deploy the vehicles requires that the infrastructure be in place that they can then charge those vehicles. And so,
It's a chicken and an egg. I get it, but we have the car sitting there now.
but they're
that aren't
sitting
being
there
driven.
because if they drive them and then they drain the battery and can't.
Well, I understand a lot of them are
cars,
sitting
so
in
it's a little
places
bit
that actually
hard.
have chargers. They're right in front of them, and they're still not driving them. So I think a report back would make sense. We have about 100 of them, I think, now. Okay.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. On the topic of police vehicles, not the EV, you said we're not using MICLA, we're doing a direct loan.
On the police vehicles?
Yeah.
Yes. So,
What does that mean?
well, black and whites, the market doesn't accept black and whites through our regular MICLA program. So we have to do either a direct loan with a financing entity, or we have to, or use some other type of financing vehicle. We can't use MICLA. It doesn't meet our policy requirements
Right.
for black and white. So the
would-
$5 million is for debt service, and that will buy you between $22 and $25 million to spend on black and whites.
I guess the reason the policy doesn't allow it, as I understand it, is because borrowing should be done on items that are longer term, and that we don't do borrowing on short-term items because that's basically a variable cost, and we're going to have it every year, and we have more vehicles coming into the fleet every year. So maybe technically the policy doesn't apply to a direct loan that applies
Correct.
to MICLA, but the policy behind it is the same, right? I mean, I guess the question is, why are we financing something that might otherwise or more appropriately be spent on as an ongoing cost? Because is this something that's going, after 5 years, we won't have to buy vehicles, or is this an ongoing cost? I'm just worried that we're hiding the ball a little bit.
So the plan is to wean ourselves off of the financing, and this is the first step. So it's a longer-term plan. I think Ben can address it better than I can.
So in the 16-17 budget, there was actually a proposal to initiate this in 16-17 where there would be 1 year of a financing plan, and so next year would have been year 2 of that financing plan. In 17-18 we would have been paying the second year of the vehicles bought under the financing plan, and then adding cash to slowly transition over to a cash-based purchase of vehicles. Because of various procurement reasons, we weren't able to purchase any vehicles for the police department through this financing scheme, in which case 17-18 is now going to be year 1 of that financing plan. And over the course of those 5 years, we will pay that initial cohort of vehicles through the financing plan, and at the same time start budgeting more cash for black and whites.
So we didn't buy any vehicles last year?
That's right. In 16-17, there was $5 million put in the for the purchase of vehicles through again a financing plan that was not able to be done, and so there weren't any vehicles purchased at all.
It wasn't able to be done for a technical or legal reason?
I think it was just a procurement process was not the typical procurement process that the police department does and GSD does for the purchase of vehicles didn't lend itself to a financing plan, which is why as we go forward in 17-18 with this plan, we're recommending that the CAO's office be the lead with regard to the actual development of the financing.
And are we financing commercially, or I mean, who are we?
I think it depends. We're going to put out an RFP and see who responds. Usually, there's either financing through whoever we're purchasing the cars from, like a Ford or a Toyota or a BMW, whatever, whoever's giving us the vehicle, we're purchasing the vehicles from, or it could be a bank, like we did with the streetlights, for example. A bank came forward and said, we'll do the direct loan for the streetlights. Right? So it really depends on who responds to the RFP.
Okay, but it's not, I mean, it's not a smart way to do this, right? We're going to wean ourselves off of this.
It's a stopgap measure in order for us to try to catch up to the replacement cycle that the police department is in need of with regard to their vehicles. So we're doing this as you know, we're going to issue debt to purchase a good amount of vehicles for them, and then over the course of the next 5 years, we're going to have to start putting in more cash for vehicles. They need about $25 million a year for vehicles. So we just didn't have the general fund dollars, the cash for that purchase in this 17-18 budget. So that's why it's something that we need to work towards over the next 5 years, is building up almost $5 million a year to get to that $25 million in cash to do these purchases on an annual basis in cash.
Yeah, but it means we're going to be paying for these vehicles over the course of the next years. We're going to be paying more money than we would otherwise. Is there any way to borrow from ourselves for something like this?
I don't think we have the cash flow to do that. That's part of the issue. Yeah. That's one of the things we'll look at. We'll look at commercial paper. We'll look at doing a direct loan. We'll look at a lot of different options and see which is the best way to go.
Right. And are we just, how is it coming up just this year? Like I would think we would have thought of this a decade ago, although maybe it was the economic recession where we forced into this.
I think it's just been a matter of time. It's every year we've been purchasing, providing less and less black and whites for the department, and they'll be the first to say that they're behind kind of their replacement cycle by a number of years, and so it's just last year was our first attempt to try to catch them up. We weren't able to, and so this year is our second attempt to do so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Bonin?
Thanks. Just one thing. I would just like to ask for a report back on the feasibility of adding the West LA Municipal Building to the CIP list of municipal facilities for $250,000. It's now become sort of a regional government center. Supervisor Kuehl has moved into the building as well. We may have some of our state legislative reps coming in, and it's a pretty pathetic hovel that needs some help. Thank you.
Is that the one on Sawtelle?
No, it's on Corinth, one block over. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us next to the CIEP. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm David Hirano with the Office of the CAO. Before you is the 2017-18 Proposed Capital Improvement Expenditure Program. I'm joined at the table by Anastasia Tarpa-Ellis from our office as well for municipal facilities, and I'm joined also in the audience with representatives of the Bureau of Engineering, Bureau of Sanitation, Bureau of Street Lighting, Bureau of Street Services, who can also help answer questions. The proposed capital improvement expenditure program can be found on pages 204 through 209 of your proposed budget book, and on pages 804, beginning in pages 804 through I think 820 on the detailed department programs, which is the blue book. The CIP for 2017-18 is proposed at $369.2 million. It's an increase of $93 million, or 34% from the CIP in 2016-17. $25.9 million of the CIP is general fund, and $343 million is from special funds. The CIP is divided into three categories: municipal facilities, physical plant, and clean water. The municipal facilities category is approximately $21.1 million, which is an increase of $5.5 million from the current year. The physical plant component is $25 million, which is an increase of $9.8 million from the current year, and the clean water program is $323 million, which is an increase of $78 million from the current year. We're open for questions, and we can take this any way you like. We could start with any one of the categories, or you can start with projects and any issues. You tell me how you'd like to proceed. There are a lot of details.
Well, why don't we just see what questions members may have, and we'll go from there. Mr. Blumenfield, any questions on the CIEP?
Yeah, two things. Well, it's more of asking for report backs. One, I would like to get a report back on using $5 million of Measure M funding to front fund projects for greenways with transit, multimodal, stormwater, BMPs, with the Measure M funding being reimbursed once we receive payment. So to put that out there as an idea. And then second, I talked about this a little bit last year in the budget, or maybe even the year before, about the need for our digital infrastructure. And we've had a problem because MICLA doesn't really cover those kinds of things, and we have the 1% for physical infrastructure. So I'd like to get a special study back on creating the necessary percent investment in our digital or our virtual infrastructure, because it's often difficult to fund this, and it's sometimes penny wise and pound foolish not to, and we find different ways to do it. But just like the CIEP for our physical infrastructure, I'd like to see us eventually have a digital infrastructure fund or goal that we have each year where we're putting money into that. So, and that can come back to IGTCT. It doesn't have to be a report, a budget report. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Bonner?
Thank you. A couple things. Two report back requests for Mr. Weezer. One is he requests a report back on possible funding sources for roughly $200,000 for a bicycle commuting facility at City Hall. And the second is noting that funding is needed for the 6th Street Bridge, which is part of Council File 14-1510-S5, is ask BOE. Let me just read it. The Council acted to plan on the funding needed for 6th Street Bridge in the Council File I referenced. That report anticipated BOE to request needed funding in this fiscal year at $15 million, but BOE was able to squeeze it down to a request for $2 million. CD14 is okay with that, but the $2 million is not in the budget. So the request is for a report back on where the $2 million can be identified for the 6th Street Bridge project. That's both from CD14. And my question is, I'm looking at the chart on page 205, and as I've said a few times during these hearings, I'm consistently baffled that every time we get a source of revenue for transportation, it gets used for concrete and asphalt. So I was, there's some great street projects on here, some in my district, which I'm glad to see. But the bulk of them seem to be funded through Measure M. And while I see a column on here for a special gas tax street improvement fund, that's separate from SB1, is it not? That's
correct.
So what I'd like to see, I'd like to get a report back with a column of this chart that includes SB1 and considers whether SB1 would be a more appropriate funding source for some of the street projects. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez? Okay. Mr. Englander? Okay, very good. Thank you very much. That will bring up next the Tax and Revenue Anticipation Notes, or TRAN. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Halato from the CAO office. TRAN is the TRAN Debt Service Fund represents the principal and interest payments to fund the police and fire pension and the civilian retirement, as well as to provide cash flow funding for the controller as the timing of receipts are uneven throughout the year. And the first half of the year, the controller has indicated they need about $400 million in cash flow needs. The proposed budget, the total net increase is about 1.6%, and that increase is due largely to an increase in the pension contribution amount for fire and police, as well as increased interest rates that we expect for this fiscal year, for 2017. The city issues TRAN for the pension because we get a discount. If we pay our pension payments in July, we get about a discount of $37 million versus paying on a biweekly basis. So this is hard dollars cash that we will save. When we issue the debt after we're paying for the interest costs, we have a net savings of about $21 million.
Well, and is it, I'm sorry, were you done?
Yes.
So is it also the case that by prepaying some of those obligations, we have a higher funded percentage in the pensions that gets us good marks with the credit rating agencies as well?
Yes, we fully fund our ARC, and that is viewed positively with all of our 4 rating agencies.
So the amount of the TRAN has increased over the last 10 or 15 years. Obviously, it's gone up about 50% over the last 15 years, let's say, since it was around 97. Well, anyway, whatever, it's trended upward. So how do you make the determination of when the increasing cost of the TRAN makes it no longer cost effective when compared to the discount that we get for prepayment? Or is the gross amount irrelevant because it's percentage versus percentage?
When we, in the middle of our financing, we always evaluate whether it's best to borrow through the capital markets versus borrow internally. And for this year, we expect, or for 17-18, we expect that the cost of borrowing will be lower if we issue TRAN. And we use the Treasurer's reinvestment rate. If we borrow internally, that rate would be the pool rate. So at the time of issuance, we'll make that determination whether the interest costs will be lower, borrowing internally, or borrowing through the capital markets. And with that, we would use the net. We would take the discount amount and generate either a net savings or a net cost.
Right, and I guess that's where I'm going. Not so much internal borrowing versus external borrowing, but borrowing period versus the discount that we get for prepayment. We get a benefit from the discount. There's a cost to the borrowing.
Right,
How
so-
do we determine when the one exceeds
As you
the
point
other?
out, we need to look at that every single year before we go to the market and decide if we should pay interest and get a discount or pay it as you go. And so we do that every year. And as Ha mentioned, this year our estimate is it's going to be more than $20 million in savings. But we do, every time we come to you, we will try to do that math, trying to predict the cost of financing and whether it actually makes business sense to borrow or not.
And that's really just going to be a function of what we can borrow the funds for in the marketplace. Okay. So Exhibit H requests authority to issue up to $1.5 billion in the TRAN, but there's only a little over $1 billion needed to pay for the contribution of the retirement funds. So what's the extra $450 million being authorized for?
That difference is largely due to the $400 million for cash flow purposes. We do not include that $400 million as it will be somewhat of a double counting because this is strictly for cash flow purposes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, pensions and fire, the actual payment to the two systems is an actual expenditure, right? It goes to them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ms. Martinez, anything on the TRAN? Mr. Emmender? Members, anything else on the TRAN? Mr. Bloomfield, Mr. Bonin? Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. That brings us to Exhibit H.
Good afternoon. I am Maria Gutierrez with the City Administrative Officer. Exhibit H includes various recommendations for ordinances and administrative actions as well as policy recommendations. In some cases, some of these actions are required to implement the proposed 17-18 budget. And there are revenues assumed in the budget. There are about 9 items related to ordinance changes, ordinances requested. Included in this would be the TRAN that you just discussed. There's a request for an ordinance to streamline the lien approval process for code enforcement activities provided by Building and Safety by delegating the public hearing process from the Council to the Board of Building and Safety Commissioners. There is no revenue assumed in the budget related to this item. There is item number 3, ordinance establishing a policy for revenue generated by digital billboards to be deposited into the general fund. As you know, there is approximately $12 million programmed in the budget tied to this item. There is item number 4. It's related to an ordinance to amend the LA Municipal Code tied to the enterprise zone hiring tax credit voucher application fees. This item actually assumes about $500,000 in the budget, so that would be required to implement the budget. Another item would be required to implement the budget would be item number 5, an ordinance amending the administrative code involving the creation of the store revolving fund. This proposes to release existing surpluses and encumbrances remaining within this account. There's about $4.29 million tied to the budget. So again, this item is required to implement the budget. There's the ordinance to establish the Measure M local return fund for the receipt and expenditure of Measure M funds. So this is another requirement to implement the budget. Item 7 is related to the OPA, Office of Public Accountability, and this action is required to establish OPA as a separate independent department, also assumed in the budget. Item 8 is related to the Bureau of Sanitation, recommending changes to the Municipal Code and Administrative Code to increase illegal dumping fines and enable residents to better report illegal dumping activities. This item, there is no revenue assumed in the budget at this time. And lastly, relative to ordinance changes, item number 9 is related to street services, amending the admin code to allow for the transfer of cash assets in the bus bench advertising program revenue fund, as well as any new revenue generated through the Martin Outdoor Media contract. There's about $2.5 million programmed in the budget. Items 10 to 37 are various administrative actions and policy recommendations, some of which are required to implement the budget. Item 15 is related to the development of an agreement with the Port of LA for the reimbursement of haul-out, repair, and maintenance costs for the city's fireboats. There's about $2.5 million programmed in the budget. And items 17 and 18 related to general services are strictly administrative actions. Then there are other significant items such as item number 34 and 35. These are proposals that are tied to general fund revenue that are assumed in the budget. One of these, item 34, is a proposal to disapprove any proposed ordinance amendments that delete references to the word oil from the administrative code relative to the council district real property trust funds to prevent a reduction in general fund revenue on an ongoing basis. The budget assumes about $16.22 million in natural gas franchise revenue, of which is directed to the general fund. Deleting the word oil results in an $8.11 million negative general fund impact. And item 35 is related to a proposal to disapprove any proposal to earmark or divert transient occupancy tax revenue derived from short-term rentals or home sharing for specific purposes to avoid the reduction of general fund revenue on an ongoing basis. The budget assumes $33.7 million in TOT revenue from the short-term rental websites tax collection agreements. Lastly, there was an inadvertent omission related to the proposed increases to the general admissions at the zoo. We would ask that Exhibit H be amended to include the request for the city attorney to prepare the necessary ordinance changes to reflect the increase for the zoo admissions fee, and also requesting that the zoo work with GLAZA to take the necessary steps to increase the membership fees for GLAZA to a level that is commensurate with the increased admissions fee for the zoo.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Englander.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so a couple of things. Well, while some of these might be administrative action, ordinance, and budget related, I'm going to lump some of them together as we can figure out how you want to do it, and however way you want to report back. But my recommendation, since these are just that, or some are required ordinances, some are recommendations, my recommendation would like to see that we strike the following items from Exhibit H. The first one is number 3. Some of these are simply policy items that need to be discussed and vetted in the various policy committees and are already there, or reside within another jurisdiction or controller's office, etc. So that's my reason for such. But item 3, item 9, item 12, 34, and 35. And on any of those recommendations, if there's a budgetary impact, to report back on that specific impact. But my recommendation is to strike those items from Exhibit H. And then in addition to that, I would like to report back on item 23, and that's on the proposed ADR for PD sworn workers' comp. And to look at probably putting, where it makes sense, $250,000 at a minimum for the ADR coordinator in the UB, so we can initiate, per the spirit of that negotiation, to to start the program. Now, the question, though, I do have is to report back. It does say that we would require, once we have an agreement, that we would require state approval. But it doesn't say what state approval is. I don't know if it's a regulatory agency, if it's a workers' comp board. I'm assuming it is. Is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
I don't need to report back if that's what it is.
And it'll take potentially almost a year for that process.
Okay, so we don't need a law, we don't need a bill. There's a regulatory framework and an agency that oversees our approval of our agreement?
Yes, sir.
That's what I assume. So it still probably makes sense for at least 6 months funding for an ADR coordinator. So report back if that's necessary, and that could be something, again, in the UB, so it's there as an idea to get it started, because that would be the first person we'd have on board. I think the long-term and immediate, well, the short-term and long-term savings would be tremendous. But one of the other things on that, before I forget, on 43, on number 23, is to, and I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place for it in Exhibit H, probably wherever else it's related to in the budget, for this ADR program, is to develop a set of metrics for measurement and how the program, if we do initiate it, how it's doing in terms of how many sworn are coming back off work comp faster, how many are we diverting from work comp or getting less injuries. So all of those. So we'll develop a list of metrics with those. Question on number 28, the transfer of balances from 1.5 million cap for the revolving training fund for LAPD. Is this a revolving fund then? Or it's just funded annually? Do we know?
I'll defer to one of my colleagues.
Sir, this is a fund that collects revenue that the department receives for providing training, and then it's used to train police department personnel.
So, okay. So the department's receiving revenue from training other agencies, and it's a reimbursement?
Yes. They might train other police department personnel on behalf of the state.
And we're saying we're going to cap it out.
Is
what the suggestion is.
It is currently capped at $1.5 million. Anything above that reverts or is transferred to the general fund.
So then what's the point of item 28 if it's already happening? What's the change? You want to just report back on that? Because I'm trying to reconcile specifically what the recommendation is under item 28. So if
we'll
you could just
report back on
that'd be
that.
great. Okay. And I think that should do it. I did have a question on the one of the recommendation. I didn't have this in my notes anywhere on my pages because it was the zoo recommendation, and I just wanted to hear it back if I heard it correctly. Was it reconciliation for the GLAZA membership to be equal to that of the gate in terms of frequency? And I mean, I wasn't sure exactly. It was said quickly. I want to understand it.
I think the exact text that we have, the language is to take the necessary steps to increase the membership fee to a level that maintains an appropriate relationship to the new admission fee.
Okay. I'm not sure even how you do that. Somebody goes to the zoo every day and they're paying it. What? Okay, whatever. I was just curious what that said. Sounds great. Thank you. Okay. Rich is right dying to weigh it on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Englander. And just to make sure members are clear, because Mr. Englander asked for a few of those instructions, Exhibit H instructions, to be stricken. What I would ask is for the CLA to review the entire list and make recommendations to the committee about others, whether those should be stricken, whether others should be stricken, because they deal fundamentally with policy matters that are extraneous or not entirely linked to the budget, as we do every year. And so I would like to have that review. We're not going to take action on that today. In other words, that will be after the CLA reports back on those issues. Ms. Martinez, you have Exhibit H?
One question on 3. I know Mr. Englander had asked to strike this one, but we haven't adopted. So This request is simply so that the city attorney can begin to draft just general ordinance receiving fees, and then we would apply that to any policy that's adopted? On being able to the revenue generated by digital billboards, number 3.
Councilmember, to collect the fee, you will have to pass some policy and ordinance.
Right, but they're asking to simply assist the city planning to prepare an ordinance to be able to receive the generated revenue. So that was my question. So what do we have to establish policy first? Correct. Being facetious.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. A couple things. Building on the zoo question about making sure the membership fee is an appropriate relationship, I guess I would just add including incentives and discounts. This is something we've talked about in Arts and Parks and sometimes gets lost in that equation, so I just wanted to spell it out, that commensurate with the price and the existing or the potential discounts. On item 34, I wanted to get a report back on the general fund implications as well as the district-by-district implications of that one. And then going to Public Works, regarding number 9, there was an ordinance regarding bus bench advertising fund to transfer assets to the general fund. So we're talking about money that's used to acquire and install advertising on bus benches. And I don't quite understand how much money is involved here. Does this mean if we remove this that we're not going to be providing basic transit amenities, street furniture in areas, low-income transit-dependent neighborhoods that aren't able to get the advertising revenue? That's my concern in reading is it appears as if we may be shortchanging vulnerable communities. And I hope I'm reading it wrong, so that's why I wanted to ask.
Yes, Nicole Trujillo with the Office of the CAO. Currently, there's about $2.25 million in that fund, and it's being used to fund 2 street service investigators for the Bureau of Street Services. And this has been in place since 2001, and it has not been used for any other.
Are we talking about the ordinance regarding bus bench advertising?
Correct.
Used to acquire and install advertising-free bus benches?
Yes, it has not been used for that purpose. The only purpose it's been used for is to pay for 2 street service investigators.
Okay. So it's never being used for that,
No, and
the
it's
purpose
been-
that it's set out for?
The money is sitting in the account. There's $2.25 million, and it continues to accrue interest and revenue.
Okay. Great. Thank you on that. Moving on to a general services item. There's an instruction to develop a comprehensive long-range plan on fleet replacement, including helicopters. I just want to make sure that this is going to include an assessment of the necessary size, scope, and composition of that fleet, as well as the replacement plan. Fairly straightforward. On the ITA issue, the VoIP issue, bring your own. There's in number 21. There's an instruction to work with the city attorney and the CAO to develop a VoIP, bring your own device policy that would be a first phase into a pilot program with salaried employees using their own cell phones. It was my understanding that the transition to VoIP would solve the issue with desktop landlines that are no longer supported in 2020, and the bring your own device was to decrease the issuance of city cell phones. So are we merging these two? Is this an apples and orange thing? What is the problem that's being solved by this particular policy? And if we don't have an answer, I can get a report back. And
Claudia Aguilar with the CAO's office. Right now, there's a couple different proposals put forward. This was put in the budget before ITA's worker mobile policy that they're proposing, so we can report back on the different pieces of it and how they all connect.
Okay, because I think the mobile policy makes a lot of sense, and it seems like it might obviate the need for this policy. But I'm not sure, so I'll take a report back on how they all all relate. I'm a big fan of the mobile policy that you guys are putting forward and want to make sure we're supporting it in the right way. So I just got a little confused by that. Regarding the police, there was a number 29. I couldn't understand that one either. Instruct the Department of Transportation, with the assistance of the police department and the CAO, to develop and implement a fine structure for parking violations within intersections and a plan for enforcement of violations by traffic control officers in line with the Don't Block the Box. So what is meant by the parking violations within intersections? It's my understanding that failure to clear an intersection is typically a moving violation that can't be written by a traffic control officer. So would this require a change in state law, or are we asking our parking folks to do something beyond parking, or am I misreading this?
Councilmember David Haran with the Office of the CAO. I believe you're right. We'll have to report back on that. Obviously, blocking the box is not parking. It's a moving violation. So we'll have to give you a report back to clarify this issue.
Okay, great. Okay. So I ask for a report back on that. And I think, thank you. And I think that that covers my questions on Exhibit H.
Great, thank you. Mr. Bonnet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield, for asking that question about item number 29. I had a question mark on that as well. Mr. Englander had suggested a few items that the CLA consider for removal. I'll be the anti-Englander today, and we'll ask the CLA to consider a few things to add for consideration. Two regarding homelessness and two regarding transportation. There were two programs funded in last year's homelessness budget that never happened. They are funded again this year, and I'd like to give some instruction that will help make sure they happen. One of them is the safe parking program. LASA issued an RFP and they got no responses on it. I would like to ask to consider including an Exhibit H instruction that requests that LASA reissue the RFP with guidelines and parameters similar to the safe parking program in Santa Barbara. We also had money in last year's budget and have it in this year's budget to provide for 24-hour restroom access at Venice Beach. We currently have an ordinance on the books that does not allow the bathrooms to be open. So I'd like us to consider asking in Exhibit H for the city attorney to expeditiously prepare an ordinance authorizing the Board of Recreation and Parks Commissioners to have the authority to choose which bathrooms at Venice Beach to open and close. I'd like it to be flexible so that they can do that if it doesn't work out. Then on transportation, as I've expressed ad nauseum at this point, a concern about how transportation funds consistently get used for pavement or general fund stuff. I'd like to ask CAO to prepare a 5-year plan in conjunction with LADOT on how transportation funds, ACRM, SPRF, can gradually stop being used to fill the general fund or to bleed asphalt. There's probably a better way of saying that, but and then finally, I'd like CLA to help craft language creating a policy for the city to use 50% of Measure M local return funds for Vision Zero programs to eliminate traffic fatalities by 2025. That's it.
Finished up with a bang. All right. I just had a couple of things which I think are, well, one of them's in addition to what Mr. Englander, I think, previously raised with regard to the haul out and repair of the fireboat in number 15. I'm not really sure why this is crafted to instruct the fire department to develop an agreement with the Port of Los Angeles, as opposed to instructing the Port of Los Angeles to pay the fire department. The fire department has wanted its reimbursement that it is absolutely entitled to for a very long time. We would not have a fireboat but for the Port of Los Angeles. So I can't imagine how there can be any legitimate excuse under federal law or otherwise not to reimburse the fire department for this money. I would like it framed so that the Port of Los Angeles is instructed to reimburse the fire department for its appropriate costs. But maybe the CLA could provide some comments on that when that comes as a report back as well. Okay. Number 36, I just had a question about intent for the mayor's office. This one instructs the DOT, with the assistance of the CAO, to report back on the impacts of regional regulation of TNCs. I'm not sure what that's getting at. What regional regulation and what budgetary impact are we attempting to assess there? If you could speak to that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. John Chavez, Office of the Mayor. Right now, the car-sharing organizations are governed by the PUC at the state level.
The TNCs?
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
We'd like to see if there's any way of having that local governance would allow us to also charge them appropriately. So that was the idea.
Terrific. All for it. Okay. Thank you very much. I don't even need a report on that then. I think that covers, 1 second. Okay, I think that's it for Exhibit H. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that then...
Councilmember?
Yeah.
One last thing. If there are questions about the budget for the Office of the City Administrator, I'm happy to hear them. But otherwise, we're comfortable with the budget we've been offered.
We kind of led with that and then skipped right over it. So were there any questions, members, for Mr. Llewellyn? No. Thank you. Any desire to have any discussion with regard to the Cannabis Regulation Department, or would that be more appropriately left for discussion in the policy committees as they develop it? Members? Okay. Seeing none, we will defer that for policy discussion in council and its committees. Great. Then I believe that's everything for the CAO, and that would bring up next lasers. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your letter, which was really informative, and we all have it, but I'd love to have you give a brief introduction and maybe provide a little bit of a historical context for where we are with lasers, and then we'll go right into questions.
Very well. I'd like to start by introducing and thanking the staff that I have with me here today. They've been with us for a long time at Lasers. They're very dedicated civil servants. First, Lita Payne, Assistant General Manager, oversees the benefits side of the shop. Lee C., Assistant General Manager, oversees the administrative side of the shop. And we have our Chief Investment Officer, Rod June, with us as well. I'd also like to recognize and thank the staff back at our office who have had an exceptionally busy year, in part processing the record number of retirements that we've had, and also preparing to implement the recently adopted benefit enhancements that the Council had adopted, and conducting thousands of tests on our new pension administration system that will be going live next year, and that will be truly transformative in the way that we deliver the benefits. We've had to bring on some extra part-time staff. We've also tapped into the targeted hiring program for a few of our staff members during this interim period where we need the additional staffing. We've heard the comments that have been made during your hearings regarding the rate of investment return assumed by our pension system. I'm very glad that we're having this conversation, as it is important to the city to be aware of potential cost increases relating to the funding of the benefits promised to our members. That's why we included information in our budget letter regarding potential cost increases in the coming years, including the potential for cost increases relating not just to the rate of investment return, but also mortality assumptions. While we certainly do not want to burden the city's general fund with a higher contribution rate in coming years, our fiduciary responsibility to our members requires that we ensure the city contribute adequate amounts to keep the benefit promises that the city has made to tens of thousands of active and retired city employees. It's incumbent on our board to ensure that all of the actuarial assumptions, including the rate of return assumption, are considered to be reasonable from an actuarial perspective. The investment return assumption is a forward-looking assumption and is not based on past investment performance. I wish it was based on past performance because, as you correctly noted near the beginning of the hearings, we have not earned less than our assumed rate of return over 30-year periods. However, our general fund investment consultant currently predicts an average return over the next 10 years of 6.5% per year, which, if realized, would continue to increase our unfunded liability. The largest change in our unfunded liability between 2001, when we actually had a negative unfunded liability, and 2016, when we had an unfunded liability for our retirement benefits of close to $5 billion, was due to investment experience that was less than expected. That item alone was responsible for a $2.6 billion change in our unfunded liability. Other public pension plans across the country are continuing to look at their investment return assumptions. Based on survey results of 127 public pension plans over the last year by the National Association of State Retirement Administrators, or NASRA, in 2016, the median return assumption was 7.62%. Now it's 7.50% and continuing to trend downward. Last year, 12 of the plans surveyed were assuming returns of 7% or less. This year, 20 of the plans are assuming 7% or less. As you may have heard, both CalPERS and CalSTRS recently have announced the lowering of their return assumptions to 7%. One last note on the city's contribution to LACERS. The city's annual contribution is calculated by multiplying the contribution rate as adopted by our board, and in part based on these assumptions that I've been discussing, times the payroll of the city employees covered by LACERS as adopted through your budget process. Continued increases to the city's payroll will also put upward pressure on the city's contributions to LACERS. That concludes my prepared remarks, and we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much. First of all, just for the sake of those who may be watching who don't get engaged with this process every year, who makes the determination of what the assumed rate of return is?
That is solely within the discretion of our board at LACERS.
Does the city council or the mayor have any role whatsoever in determining what the assumed rate of return should be?
They do not, pursuant to the state constitution and the city charter. That is solely for our board to decide.
And your board owes its fiduciary duty to its members, not to the city council?
The primary fiduciary duty of our board is to our members, again by state constitution and city charter. There is a secondary responsibility to try and minimize the city's contribution. Some fiduciary experts would say you never even get to that secondary fiduciary responsibility.
Although we appreciate the thought anyway. So now, LACERS has fairly consistently had returns beyond what the average returns have been for other public pension funds. Isn't that right?
We have had very good returns on a comparative basis. There was a report put out by Cal and Associates at one point recently comparing the returns of various pension systems. And for all time periods covered, we were slightly ahead of the median return in that survey.
So better than average returns compared to other public pension funds, lower fees compared to the average public pension fund as well, right?
That's correct.
And greater net value added than the average pension fund.
Yes.
Public pension fund.
And that's based on independent analysis by CEM benchmarking. We have them come in and benchmark our plan periodically to make sure that we're on target in all of those areas that you just enumerated.
So given those facts and the fact that the median assumed rate of return remains, at least for the moment, at 7.5, and we're performing better than average in all of those other categories, I would hope that the trustees would take those factors into account as well when they're making their independent judgment about what the assumed rate of return should be. I don't think there's merit in having a race to the bottom with other pension funds when we're performing better than most pension funds as it is. And historically, LACERS and the fire and police pensions has significantly exceeded over the course of time its assumed rate of return in any event. Isn't that right?
It is, and we certainly, when we bring this item to our board, and it's expected to come up in July, we'll bring the best possible information, the fullest possible information to our board for their consideration.
Great. Now, you also mentioned the projections for the next 10-year period, but in fact, we make actuarial assumptions over a much longer investment period than 10 years in evaluating the unfunded liabilities, right?
We do. Now, however, I will say that one of the things that concerns me about that is our 20-year return currently is 7.3% on average. And if it's not just our investment consultant, but other consultants are expecting returns more in the 6.5% range over the next 10 years, and if that was indeed to take place, our 30-year return over that period would be closer to 7%.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about retiree medical cost increases, because I think there's good news to tell in that regard as well. So the assumed medical increase rate has been higher than what your actual medical cost increase for retirees has been. Is that right?
That's correct. It's been
Why
much
is
higher.
that?
If I may turn that over to Assistant General Manager Lita Payne. She oversees that shop, and she has some great information for you on that.
Good afternoon. I'm Lita Payne, Assistant General Manager. The assumed medical trend rate is brought to us by our actuary, Siegel Consulting, and they use a medical trend rate across. It's a countrywide trend rate. Okay, so we operate here in Southern California where costs tend to be a little bit higher. So we very strategically work with our health carriers. We have a dashboard initiative where we dig very deep into the statistics that we get from our carriers, including utilization statistics, and we mine that data to find areas where we can improve our plan design to add value for our members, but also to minimize costs of our plan. So having worked with our carriers for these many years that we've been administering the plans, we have been able to successfully keep our trend rate below the national trend rate, which I think is a real success considering that we operate in a much higher cost area than most of the country.
And just a footnote on the utilization that we receive, there's no identifying information that goes along with it. It's just bulk information.
Great. Thank you. Members, Ms. Martinez? Mr. Englander? Mr. Blumenfield?
Just building on the discussion about the rate of return and what the implications of that could be. If they do change the rate, I assume that there is typically a smoothing that's allowed so that we don't get socked with it all at once. I mean, if God forbid they change the rate in July, what would be the impact to us as a city over this next fiscal year, which I think wouldn't kick in for a little while, and then how would that potentially be smoothed over a longer period of time?
So to answer the first part of that, if our board was to change the assumed rate of return, it would have no impact in next fiscal year. Right. It would be the following fiscal year that it would have some impact. There have been discussions in the past about smoothing. That can get a little bit complicated as we look at other assumptions as well. as the board is scheduled to do the following fiscal year. So next fiscal year, they'll be looking at not only the economic assumptions, including the return assumption again, as we get a new general fund consultant and a new, presumably, asset allocation, but they'll also be looking at the demographic assumptions, including mortality, which is costing many pension funds increases here.
But they would work, you said they're going to look at the smoothing the following year, they would look at it at the same time that they...
Well, typically what has happened when our board has looked at the assumptions and are thinking of making changes to the assumptions, the city often comes and asks the board to phase those in over a period of time. Typically, they don't get phased in any longer than a 3-year period because that's when they're looked at typically again, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to phase them in over a longer period of time than the next review. But it's not uncommon for the city to make that request.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Bonin?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And that will next bring up fire and police pensions. Thank you. Mr. Serrano, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's always good to be here.
It's good to have you back.
It's a rare occurrence, but it's a pleasure coming before you. If not once a year, we'd certainly love to get before your committee more than that. I know we have our annual report, I think, pending before committee. We'd be happy to go through that when you have time. We do have a PowerPoint presentation. I'll keep it very brief. If there's any questions on a particular slide, just do a little shout out and holler, and I'll be happy to answer any question that you have. So let's start with our budget. Obviously, we have a fairly large budget. I'd say we've probably second to the police department. Total budget is approximately $1.2 billion. The city contribution is less than that at $637 million. Plus, we do expect another 4.7 from the harbor department. Member contributions are also projected to be $149 million, with earnings on investment at $392. The point I'd like to make on our budget is, if you look at our totals, the three revenue sources total approximately $1.18 billion. But as I mentioned earlier, our total expenditures are $1.25 billion, which leaves a gap of approximately $66 million. There we go. Thank you. You might ask, so how do we make up for this shortfall? One, we have to actually achieve capital appreciation, realize that money, cash out to basically fund our budget. So when we enter each fiscal year, we're actually starting in the hole with basically without unbalanced budget, and we're assuming that we're going to have investment earnings, and we realize capital appreciation in order to pay all of our expenditures. We are a mature plan, which means that our contributions are less than the revenue that we receive. The revenue received is less than our actual expenditures. Very big point. So let's go ahead and look at our budgets. This gives you a snapshot of the last several years, what our expenditures look like. We have our pension-related expenditures that are projected to be roughly $991 million. You see our health care costs are projected to be roughly about $142 million. Overall, the expenditures are growing roughly 5.7% year over year. We are looking at our costs. They are increasing substantially. You had a question earlier regarding with LACERs. Over the last 12-year period, our pension-related costs are growing slightly under 3%, while our healthcare costs are growing approximately 7%. Healthcare is one of our fastest-growing components of our budget. Looking at our expenditures, we have on this chart both our admin and our investment expense. Investment-related expense are projected to be about $94 million, and our admin is almost $24 million as well. We are seeing some increases in our investment budget this year. One, because we've increased allocation of private equity. We've also increased some allocation to real estate, plus the simple fact that our investments, our assets are growing, and our investment manager charges on a basically per percent fee basis. So as our assets go up, our investment expenses go up as well. All right. There we go. Next slide actually just shows how our assets have increased. If you match the prior slide up with our investment expenses and overlaid over our assets, you'll see how our assets have grown. Right now, we currently sit at $20.4 billion and growing. Funding status. Our funding status looks very good. You look at our pension side, we're 93.9% funded. We're doing well. Our health side, though, is only 48.1%. You may be asking yourselves, well, when did you start pre-funding? We started pre-funding in 1989. It's been almost 30 years. I would hope that we'd be a little bit closer. Unfortunately, a couple things have come into play. One, we've had 2 years, 2 periods, I should say, of investment returns. This is from the dot-com bust and then also from what I'll call the Great Recession. But also, as part of this, is simply our expenses on the health side have been increasing quite a bit. And as you can see, it's very difficult for us to play catch-up with these costs growing roughly about 12%, or I'm sorry, 7% per year. All right. A little snapshot on our membership. The red line is our retirees. The blue line is our actives. The red line is pretty stable growth. See the blue line, some of the peaks and valleys. The 13 up there on the upper right hand, that's that growth in the sworn membership is due to increased revenue, basically increased general fund revenue that came from the freeing up of the transfer, the trash fee. So, now, what has happened, though, this is another sign of a mature plan. We have actually, through this year, we've actually crossed paths, crossed lines. Our retiree population is actually now higher than our active population. And I don't anticipate this trend to not continue. All right, contributions. So this gives you a little snapshot to include a couple things on here. One, over time, this is our member contributions, employer contribution, and our budget payroll. As you can see, budget payroll, for the most part, has grown steadily. We did have a peak in 2011-12, but it's continuing to grow. The employee contribution, this is the city's contribution, likewise has grown. We did see a dip in the late 90s, and that is a factor of the returns that the system achieved during that period of time. We had some great years of some good returns, and so the city's contribution dropped dramatically. In fact, it was the contribution was actually less than the normal cost in a couple of years. Our member contributions have increased steadily, partly because of the increased membership, but also a factor of Tier 5 and Tier 6 members who do pay a little bit higher percent of pay than our prior tiers. Okay. So here's a chart that shows the actual city contributions and also the aggregate contribution rate. Now, a lot of folks like to start in 2001, 2002, when the rates were quite low. But if you do go back to the mid-'80s, you'll see that the actual city's contribution rate was quite a bit higher, well over 50%. In fact, we exceeded 60%. Certainly, this was a challenging time for the city. Part of these high contribution rates were a factor of our Tier 2, Tier 2 originally had a cap COLA. That capped COLA was changed in 71, which resulted in uncapped COLA. And through the 70s and early 80s with the high inflation rate, the projections basically went through the roof and increased the city's contribution quite a bit, in that high 50s, 60%. The rates have come back down, but as you see, they've certainly grown over the last 15 years, and our contribution rate has steadied somewhat at this point. All right. Let's try this. There we go. Turning to our rate of return, I know this is certainly a topic of interest. Provided pretty long history going back to 1977. The orangish line there is basically the assumed rate of return in the system. It started at 5.75, increased steadily up to 8.5%. The increase in those years was basically a factor of the investment opportunities being expanded. Meaning we were able to expand into real estate, had more flexibility when it came to public equities. We were allowed to get into the private equity market, so we had more opportunity for investments. It's been fairly steady until the mid-2000s when the assumed rate did come down. The jagged line is our actual rate of return, annual rate of returns. And we had a high point in the early 80s. It's been up and down. We had a very consistent period in the late 1990s and through the end of the 1990s, and that is the dot-com, I'll say the bubble at this point, when the market was taking off and we had several years of double-digit returns. As you can see here, our actual rate of return fluctuates quite a bit. It goes up and down, as you can see by the jagged lines. We do have two periods where each of those periods of 2 years we had the negative returns, and then certainly have weighed heavily on our 20-year and 10-year contribution rates. So let's look at these numbers. So the next chart is the dotted line is basically those annual rates of return. I threw in here on the orange line is basically a 10-year rolling average, and the blue line is a 20-year rolling average. If you look at where those numbers started, the 10-year was 13.61. It's now down to 6.03. The 20-year started at 12.68 and is now down to 7.52. As you can see, those rolling rates of return have slowly trickled down, and our 20-year right now sits at what our assumed rate of return is at 7.5. What's a little concerning about this is those numbers, is that trend rate continues to drop. And that's part of the discussion that you had with Lacers, and we're going to, I'll share a little bit more sort of our challenges going forward. Any questions on this chart at this point? All right. So here we still have the 10 and 20-year averages, but I threw another data point in here, and it's a 20-year Treasury constant maturity rate, and that's that line on the bottom part of this chart. So if you go back to the early 90s, it was sitting about 8%. 8% is a pretty good number. Pretty much you could put quite a bit of your money into lock it up in a long-term bond, and we'd be able to meet our assumed rate of return. Unfortunately, over the last 20 years or so, that number has come down quite a bit, and it is becoming a lot more challenging for us to actually hit that bogey. My CAO has told me multiple times that it was much easier in the early 90s when we had a long-term rate that was much higher versus the long-term rate, which is quite a bit lower now, between 2 and 3%. Moving to our asset allocation, this is where we sit right now. We are allocated across the spectrum, certainly in U.S. equity. We have our bonds, we have our private equity, real estate, et cetera, with a standard deviation of a little over 13%. Standard deviation refers to our risk tolerance. This is a higher number is not good. A lower number is actually better because we're speaking about volatility here. We are not out of the norm or average there when it comes to that volatility. However, if you look at what our expected return based on our asset allocation, it is only 7%. So as it stands now, our asset allocation assumes an annual return of 7%, which is less than our 7.5% right now. And if you take that and compound it, you're down to 6.2%.
Over what period of time?
What's that?
I'm sorry, over what period of time?
So this is taking our asset allocation, basically the allocations that you see in all those different categories. If you take that mix, that's what the expected rate of return is right now.
Right, but that will change as if you annualize it over some extended period of time. So what?
Well, right now, if you analyze it, it's actually less than that. It's 6.2%. Now, this is based on capital market assumptions today, based on whatever the expected return rate is for private equity, real estate, bonds, et cetera.
But the expected rate for what period of time is what I'm asking?
For today, based on our asset allocation today, this is what we expect today.
Okay, because short-term or even intermediate-term volatility, it seems to me, as a layperson, should not be a compelling factor when you're considering your obligations over 20 and 30 and greater time horizons.
Absolutely. The market will change all the time. Part of what we are facing is the more negative view of the market. And I do have a little bit slide, just a bit. But I want to show you that this is based on our allocation now, and the board has gone through a recent process of review. They actually added another 2% to private equity and took it out of bonds because we're trying to hit a higher expected return number. But the message here is you can't go too far in a private equity or the international because you're going to increase the volatility and you're going to subject yourself to a potential negative return in one particular bad year. So we have to. This is the best way for us to manage our risk in an appropriate fashion. Okay. So this is RBK's. This is my general consultant. This is their capital market assumptions right now. As you can see, most of those lines are trending downward. The only line that is fairly flat is basically the broad international equity market. We have been looking at this. We've allocated. We're actually going to go out with another manager looking at our portfolio. But overall, unfortunately, those numbers are trending downward. And RBK, this is whether you're looking at RBK, whether you're looking at Callan, you're looking at Wilshire, most of the larger money managers are looking at a capital market that's trending downward overall. And this is basically the headwinds that we're facing as we move forward. So you've touched on this before. This is where sort of our dilemma at this point. Siegel is going to be doing their experience study in June for us. They're going to be looking at the economic assumptions and also the demographic assumptions. Right now, if you look at our economic assumption, our rate of return, the real rate is 4.25% with an inflation assumption of 3.25%. The real rate of return, I expect will be the same. But it's the inflation assumption that I expect that will be dropped, that Siegel will recommend that will be dropped to either 3%, though they have recommended some of their clients to 2.75%. This is the factor where if we look at the trend in CPI has been a lot lower than 3.25. In fact, actually, I think the Social Security is projecting a long-term COLA factor of 2.6%, which is even quite a bit less than 3%. This is sort of my expectation. I do not know exactly where Siegel will come in with their recommendation in June, but I can pretty much put my finger on the trigger that this is what's going to be looked at. We unfortunately also have to, we'll be looking at our demographic assumptions, the big one being the mortality rates. People are living longer, which is a good thing. But with folks in our plan, if they retire at 55 and they live another 25 to 30 years, that does weigh heavy on the system, and it certainly increases the cost for the plan over the long term. And it's not just the pension side, it is also the health subsidy that is also provided. So the 7% assumes the full inflation and the real rate of return. The 7% has an inflation component in it. What's that? Well, if you take the 7% and you take out the inflation, it would match the real rate. Okay. I just wanted to break it up to show you when Siegel comes in with their experience study, what they're going to be looking at. They break it up into a couple different components. Okay. All right. So I think I've gone on enough. Hopefully I've answered some questions, provide some information. Please, if you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
You have, and that's very helpful. Thank you. I'd like to ask for a couple of CAO reports back. Number one, there seems to be some variance in the annualized rates of increase for retiree health care between the pension funds. So I would like to see a comparative analysis of LACERS, pensions, DWP, as well as our active employees' health care coverage, what the annualized rates of returns have been, the annualized rates of increase have been for the last 10 years. And if we can compare what practices have been instituted among those various providers of those various programs so that we can sort of benefit from lessons learned to reduce healthcare costs across the board, both for our active employees as well as for pension funds that may have higher than others. I'd also like to get a report back on, and these are special study reports because this will take a while. I'd like to get some best practice analysis of what other public pension funds have been instituting to reduce costs and increase returns, aside from changing the assumed rate of return and having a greater employer contribution. So I want essentially a checklist of things to ensure that we are maximizing our returns in our pensions and reducing our employer contributions to the greatest extent possible. And I think that's all I have. Ms. Martinez? Mr. Englander? Mr. Blumenfield? Or Mr. Bonnet? Anything for pensions?
The president said he's going to fix health care. It's going to be a lot cheaper, so I'm not worried at all.
Good, good. All right, Mr. Strana.
Lastly, I would like to thank my staff. I couldn't do it without them. I have a great team, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Greg Mack, Bill Raggio, Stephanie Clements, and Joe Salazar. I want to thank them.
Very good. Thank you very much. And next, our final item of business for the day, members, is the presentation from our civilian labor partners. So I'd like to ask them to come on forward.
The same ones we did every day, right? Right. Oh, this Thursday, and then we're going to come back. That's what I meant. 12, rather than on the Thursday.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you for your patience. It's good to have you all with us again. And I want to say at the outset how much I think I and all the members of the committee appreciate that over the last few years we've been able to work closely with all of you for some very substantial cost reductions, revenue enhancements, and budget balancing exercises and efforts that have really made the difference in having the city recover from the depths of the impacts of the Great Recession that we were dealing with. And we could not have done that without the participation of all of our labor partners. And so let me just say again, thank you for all the sacrifice that you've had to go through and all of your participation in the process that you've had since we initiated it after I became chairman. So thank you and welcome. And I turn it over to you for your presentation.
You. Councilman and Councilwoman and Councilman. I'm Pastor William Smart, President and CEO of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and we'd like to introduce everyone around the table, starting.
David Sanders, SEIU, Local 721, Director.
And sorry, just a reminder, we have limited mics, so you got to speak right into it.
Need to do that again? Good afternoon. My name is David Sanders, Director for SEIU Local 721.
Teresa Sanchez, AFSCME, District Council 36.
Gavin Kuhn, Business Representative of Operating Engineers Local 501.
Steve Tveden, Wastewater Operator, Hyperion, Local 501.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Ueda, and I am just a constituent of District 10.
Good afternoon. I'm Ben Toney. I'm an organizer with Strategic Concepts in Organizing and Policy Education in South LA.
Good afternoon. Brenna Norton, organizer, Food and Water Watch, and Fix LA member.
Hello, Molly Rhodes, SEIU 721 Research and Policy Analyst.
I'm Cheryl Parisi. I'm the Executive Director of AFSCME District Council 36 and Chair of the Coalition of LA City Unions.
And we make up the Fix LA Coalition that we were established in 2014. And at this time, we'll start our presentation. Back in our work has been real exciting over the last 2 years. We wanted to come together as a coalition, and one of our coalition partners is not here today, and this whole presentation is in her memory, Ms. Leslie Garsakoff. As you all know from the Jewish Labor Committee, we commit this in her memory. We were formed in 2014 because we saw some problems that we felt that working with the city that we could fix, and it was a positive outcome. We talked about last year restoring public services, creating good jobs for Los Angeles, reclaiming reclaimed revenue, and smart public safety strategies. And as you know, that worked, and one of the important things was we got a commitment for 5,000 jobs over a 5-year period. And so we just wanted to work to ensure that as we move forward, that all of those things we worked hard with you together, that it was a great collaborative effort when city and community and citizens and labor unions can come together like we did. And we want to finish in that spirit. And so you'll see in our presentations today what everything looks like. Can I shout out to my Congressman Mike Bonin, my dear friend. I said Congressman. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman. Hey, it's in the works.
Hey,
You know, our country needs him, but
Yes,
Washington's gain would be our loss.
I'm prophetic. I didn't mean to say that. So at this time,
Well, we just want to start by just reminding everyone who we are. So the Coalition of LA City Unions represents 22,000 city workers. 53% of those workers are actually LA City residents. And let me say, it's our goal to move that number higher through targeted local hire. One of our core principles in targeted local hire is that our communities benefit in a win-win situation when we hire from within. We create good, sustainable jobs and uplift the local economy through providing core enhanced city services. 50% plus of our members, city employees, are on special funds, and we ask that you keep this concept close as you begin to think about job restoration. Again, over 50% of our membership are on the special funds, employed by special funds, and so service restoration is possible, and let's not get bogged down by general fund issues. We think it's important to also note the special and significant role that our members play in emergency response. Little known fact, and you know it, but probably the public doesn't, that the Department of Emergency Response only has 26 employees in it. So where does the emergency response capacity come from the city of Los Angeles? It comes from its civil service workforce, all of whom have special obligations as emergency responders, all of whom have taken on, since 2001, since 9/11, those duties and responsibilities in a serious and committed way. The agreements that we reached in 2015 embody a strategy to pull us forcefully and thoughtfully out of the recession. But the first starting point is to define the problem. And so this chart shows the concrete way in which the civilian workforce has declined by over 5,000 jobs in the 10-year period since 2007, 2008 through the present. The declination in the workforce is also represented in the radical diminution of services that are provided in our community, so that the number of trees trimmed over the same time period has dropped by 66%. Flood control, catch basin cleaning, a drop of 34%. Intersection control hours diminished by 86%. And I also want to note that our services to our children have been cut dramatically. Services in the Department of Recreation and Parks, the closure of child care centers, the diminution of staffing in recreation centers by over 33% has diminished opportunities for children, for sports, for after-school activities. What we have also noted is that with the decline of 5,000 jobs and corresponding services, we have also seen a dramatic uptick in the use of as-needed part-time jobs. For the most part, we can tell you that these poorly compensated, non-benefited workers who are churned through city service, so they never have job security. These workers are cut off after 900 hours of service, for the most part, and never have job security, never have the ability to train and continue to develop their capacity. We've seen a radical uptick in the use of part-time as-needed workers, and we will identify through the course of this presentation the places in which regular full-time positions have been supplanted by the use of this workforce.
So there are some people that believe that all problems can be solved by contracting out. We believe most of these problems can be solved with the data, factual data. And what we're showing here now is that job costs increase, outsourcing costs, urban forestry department gone. And we've contracted out, and every year since 2009, the cost for contractors has gone up, increased 55%. You can see on the chart there from $55 to $121. And in some cases, those contractors, once they've gotten the bid, have actually raised their fees again, if they've done the service at all. Mm-hmm. And we've had city employees come behind to clean up what mess has been left. The next slide shows recession outsourcing cut level career opportunities. We show that the city custodians, annual square footage cleaned by million, you can see the chart, versus contractors. And then we talk about the fewer city custodians, less opportunities. As you show there, historically, the career ladders for custodians in the city of LA, that's been cut. We also know that post-2007 numbers, general service custodians are down about 100 bodies that we know of, and sometimes more. The third and the fourth floor here in the City Hall are immaculate in terms of cleaning. I can tell you in other city facilities that's not the case. The sixth floor, City Hall East, City Hall South, there's a Department of City Attorney's Office who have been relegated to emptying their own trash, and they also at this point in time have a fruit fly infestation, and when asked to resolve this, they were given a can of Raid. It's not that the employees don't work hard. The staffing levels have gone out, and the General Service Department has continued to ask us to allow them to contract out those services. We also, this group of employees, custodian class, is also within the target hiring, one of the classifications that again, we, in our agreement, come in at 8.5% lower salary range. And to this day, we've not seen a plan for hiring back in the target hiring group for this classification of people in the city of LA. Increasing sworn police while shrinking civilian. Coalition have presented this issue in the past of 911 operators, detention officers, and property room officers. Detention officers, for the last year and a half, we've attempted to hire 100 additional officers, detention officers, civilians, in the jails. We currently have 44 in queue, and the problem seems to be that we've identified internally the hiring process stops with a background check. And some of these officers are currently 10-year city employees that are in a half-time status who are moving into a full-time position, but cannot be placed in a full-time position because the internal process says their FICO score is not high enough. And so they're sitting on a list where they could be promoted, again, positions that are now being staffed with police officers in the police department. The chief mentioned the other day at some point in time about, I wasn't sure what the number was, I heard him say 97 at any given time. Well, yesterday I also observed that last year in this chamber here, we had about 10 security officers that manned the front desk, the front entryway. They've all been replaced with sworn officers. We know that in the property division, they've shut down 5 property divisions for lack of staffing, and there are officers also assigned there. And just as a side note, I just happened to notice yesterday when the chief was speaking, or not yesterday, last week, the chief left the building. He had an entourage of about 20 people with him. Most of those were sworn. I just think there is a better way, and we brought this up again, and I try not to cast any dispersion on it. It just hasn't happened in civilianized jail, and there's an opportunity there and a cost savings built in. Property officer rooms, again, we've been reduced to 2 main locations. We've shut down 5 facilities, and those facilities are also being staffed with sworn officers.
We also wanted to address the critical shortage of clerical and administrative staff in the police department. We believe that it's important, council members, to stop maintaining the fiction that we have 10,000 sworn police officers in the field protecting citizens and residents. We have approximately, I would estimate, 30% of those officers are doing clerical and administrative duties. We have critical shortages in records and identification, and every clerical and administrative duty in the department is in critical shortage. This is a perfect opportunity for targeted local hire, and we think now is the time to start civilianizing the police department where those positions are appropriate.
We, as you know, came together when Wall Street crashed the economy, and that had obviously severe repercussions on this city, on its workforce, and our communities. we came together in a process of problem solving that continues through this day. So when we engaged in collective bargaining for the 2015-18 contract, we took on, again, a number proactively to solve identified and mutual problems. The first was pension reform. We have progressively taken on more burden of city pension costs through higher employee contributions. The first, assuming the full 4%, and that is the full normal cost of employee health care, retiree health care costs, a 4% contribution. The coalition unions and the city came together and workers now assume that full 4% cost. In addition, other pension costs increased to a total aggregate of 11%. That is one of the highest employee contribution rates in the entire state of California. I think it's important to know for the public that's listening is that private sector workers actually pay less than 7% to Social Security. So we have, and then, of course, in this last agreement, we negotiated and put in place Tier 3, excuse me. The other elements of our path forward were an agreement to restore services through good jobs that were eliminated during the course of the impact of the recession, through the tool of targeted local hire, and through the oversight of a strategic workforce planning task force. To take on the question of transparency as it relates to outsourcing, so that these decisions are driven in a responsible or taken in a responsible way with clear transparency of the costs and consequences of outsourcing. We entered into an agreement to remedy the overuse and exploitation of the part-time workforce. We have made a commitment to solve our injury on duty issues through the process of alternative dispute resolution in workers' compensation. And we are at the table now with the Personnel Department negotiating this plan. And proposed and have entered into an agreement to create a revenue commission so that collectively a large group of citizens who are committed to this community can take on ideas, revenue ideas for the city moving forward. Okay. Oh, I wanted to introduce our coalition partners from Fix LA to talk about the community impacts of the service cuts.
Good afternoon again. My name is Christine Ueda, and as I stated before, I am with ACE, by the way, and we're partnering with Fix LA on this issue of hiring the 5,000 folks for city services. I just have a little testimony, actually, that I got from a neighbor that lives in the area. And about a year ago, she contacted the city because she had a tree removed from the parkway of her home. Now, this tree has roots that have uprooted the sidewalk that is in front of her house, and it's actually still visible under the concrete of the sidewalk. She also reported to the city that the buckling of the sidewalk, which is now currently at 10 inches tall, she needed something done with it, and as a fix, the city came out just to lay some asphalt on the area. Didn't address the issue of maybe they removed the tree, but not the root. So in the meantime, the other neighbors and people in general have to walk around this area because it is now unsafe And it's actually, I guess there's a lot of slip and falls. And because her property kind of abuts the area, I guess her fence has been compromised as a result. And to no avail, she's talked to the council district, Tim's office, Mr. Watson's district, and to no avail, she's gotten no resolutions so far. From what I gather, the project, there's no funds in this fiscal year, so the project has been tabled until this next fiscal year. Their budget has been approved. This is just one of a myriad of service of issues involving the city services. And I think the city needs to continue with the hiring process for city services that is desperately needed. And specifically in regard to the storm drain maintenance, the pothole maintenance, also tree trimming, which is quite important for at least in our area, as well as the traffic and pedestrian safety on all the roadways and side streets of the city. I just think that an ounce of prevention is always worth the pound of cure.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Brenna Norton, senior organizer with Food and Water Watch and Fix LA member. To meet LA's city water goals to reduce our dependence on imported water and double local water sources by 2024, we need to see more investment in water recycling and stormwater today. Otherwise, we will fall behind on promises and pledges we have made. This investment will create thousands of good jobs in our city. Right now, we are seeing the extremes of climate change. In the last 2 years, we just went from one of the worst droughts in history to the wettest winter on record. And climate scientists are telling us that we will see more and more cycles like this, and we will be dry again soon. We need to be prepared, otherwise the next drought could be much worse on Angelenos. We need to fully implement Los Angeles' recycling master water plan sooner, not later. Orange County is already way ahead of LA County, having a groundwater replenishment system that can purify 130 million gallons a day. As it stands now, the sanitation districts send almost 1 billion gallons of highly treated wastewater into the Pacific Ocean. So we support Councilmember Martinez's recent interest in a budget committee to maximize water recycling plants and the need for more engineers to focus solely on water recycling. We also need our coastal sewage treatment plants to become a reliable, drought-proof source of water supply here in LA. Hyperion and Tillman treatment plants in the city need to be looking at upgrades for advanced treatment and eventually planning for direct potable reuse. I also recommend the city consider stormwater job investment as Los Angeles fulfills its promise to create 5,000 new jobs. The entire city of LA uses 550,000 acre-feet of water per year. An additional 300,000 acre-feet of water could be captured from the LA basin, according to the Department of Public Works, just through stormwater. The greatest potential to capture and treat this water is right here in the LA river watershed. And during recent rainstorms that took place from January 18th to the 31st, roughly 77,000 acre-feet of stormwater drained into the Pacific Ocean. That's over 25 billion gallons of wasted water. So to close out, we create a more sustainable city, more resilient in the face of drought and earthquakes, and we create more sustainable jobs. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's me. Let me just recap then. In terms of the implementation status of our historic 15-18 agreement, we have completed pension reform, and in the manner that I outlined earlier. We, through as memorialized in Mayoral Executive Directive 15, are moving forward with our targeted local hire committee. Other piece, of course, is the overall strategic planning. We formed a strategic workforce development task force. We are committed and continue to advocate for smart policing, process of civilianization where appropriate in the Los Angeles Police Department, and to regularize part-time to half-time or full-time positions. I should note that our current PACER system, the controller spent significant amount of time testifying before this committee about the poor payroll system. That PACER system also cannot track the status of part-time workers. And so while we have language and standards that we negotiated in our collective bargaining agreement, we cannot obtain the needed data from our PACER system to actually enforce the collective bargaining agreement. A huge disconnect that really does need to be remedied. We are in the process of moving forward on implementing our outsourcing transparency language, and I believe in the next week or so we'll be moving forward in a concrete way to form the Revenue Commission. We've talked about the way in which we have already implemented pension reform, so I think I've walked through this slide and won't put you through it again. But I did want to address the question that was recently, just prior to us, talked about in terms of the testimony from the directors of the two pension plans. First of all, again, there have been real solutions. In terms of retiree medical costs, I think a combination of, our members paying the full normal cost of those retiree medical costs is significant. And the proactive wellness program that LACERS has undertaken as it relates to its retiree medical plans, I think has resulted in significant savings and a move downward on the trend. I think that's significant and should be noted. I wanted to talk a bit about the whole question of returns. We think it's important to step back and investigate the disconnect from the reports that we hear about record high gains on Wall Street and these ridiculously conservative estimates about returns. We think that there needs to be a step back to really look at the entire investment strategy of our pension plans. I think it's important to note that LACERS talked about the percentage of formulas under which the financial managers are compensated. So as the pension plan grows, these Wall Street advisors are paid on a percent, not of what they earn for the plan, but the amount that they're investing. Those are things that really need to be investigated so that we are being prudent with the members' contributions and the city's contributions, that they are invested responsibly, and that we look at the tools and philosophies that guide these investments. So we would ask that there be really a step back. Let's not just look at actuarial projections, but let's look at the strategies in which we invest our pension dollars. I want to talk about, I think, one of the most important commitments that we reached in our collective bargaining agreement as it relates to our path out of the recession and our path towards service restoration. It was the concept of a strategic workforce development task force. The concept is that labor, the CAO, mayor, and affected city departments would come together in a joint labor management committee to engage in serious succession planning as well as service restoration planning, with an emphasis on frontline services. This committee was intended to be able to get hold of the tsunami that the city is collectively expecting as it relates to retirements, and to be able to have an effective plan in place so that we can obviously continue to develop current city employees and build the city workforce in a manner that is thoughtful and strategic. Again, with the emphasis on restoration of frontline services. All of these changes present great opportunity, But the opportunity can only be taken advantage of if we are organized, thoughtful, and working collaboratively about the solutions. It's been frustrating to us that this particular aspect of the collective bargaining agreement has not been implemented, and we would really call upon you to request a report back from the mayor's office on the energizing and reestablishment of this committee so that we can take on the important work that needs to be done. And I would also add, I think it would be extraordinarily helpful if the Budget and Finance Committee of the City of Los Angeles would require regular report backs from the committee. I think it would be a tremendous tool to help guide you in decision making around restoration of services and positions.
I don't want to interrupt your presentation, but in the interests of timing and getting our reports back, I will so ask for a report both on the targeted local hire and on the strategic workforce development task force as a whole. We do participate in the task force and so on, so we know in general how it's going, but I would really like to have before this committee the specific implementation plan with specific benchmarks and specific hiring goals for a period of time, because I think we all share the sense of urgency about getting these positions filled. So we would so ask for that report as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay. Oh, targeted local. Okay, great.
Okay, we're moving on to our next section, which is on targeted local hiring. First, I'd like to say thank you for again having us back to give our viewpoint to you how we see the world today. I'm here. My focus is going to be primarily just simple on the trades and the apprenticeship programs that we have engaged and starting the process on. But before I start, there's a couple of points I want to talk about. There is a problem when you do not do hiring. I want to give you a short example of what the impact of such a staffing issue. I've picked a small model, although it's not directly related to trades and apprenticeships, but it gives a good example regardless. At the Hyperion wastewater plant, for example, is the second largest plant on the West Coast. It's a 24/7 operation with no off switch, with approximately 300+ million gallons of liquid going through it a day. It's a massive power. If you've never been down there, I recommend you go look at it. Just the size of the facility is just astounding. We have 501 represents the operators at that facility. We are currently 26 operators short in running that facility. State law requires that you have to have an operator at the station, so it's causing tremendous stress. And I just want to give a couple of bullet points and I'll move on. We have an incredible excessive overtime. Operators are routinely denied vacation because there's no way they can release people. So the people often get their days off by calling in sick. Quite often on every single shift, which 3 a day, 1 or 2 people will be forced to work a second shift. They don't have a choice. They're licensed. They have to be there. Not a nice way to operate. Lack of rest is contributing to illness, alertness issues, and morale issues at the plant. Often, wastewater operators now have to cover 2 posts because there's enough operators. As a result, no maintenance or housekeeping is being performed. It's just a matter of time until we have a crisis there. We're setting ourselves up. And none of that, the worst part is that because you don't have enough staffing, you can't train anybody of the existing workforces to fill other positions because there's nobody you can release to fill the positions. It's really caused the problem. But I just want to cover that example. But apprenticeship programs are a wonderful plus for both the city and the community. We both operating building trades, which Chris was here today, and myself have in our last MOU negotiated with the city to establish apprenticeship programs. So we're currently underway on doing that right now. But the process is stalled, I'll be honest with you, and we could use some help to push parties to get this done. These are skilled trade positions. There's a cost benefit to the city to putting these programs in place, as well as adding to the fact that it fills the needed positions that we need in there because we have an aging population, among other things. We also, if you look at the second item on the bullets slide up above you. We also have a wastewater operator training programs. There are existing programs within the city besides the apprenticeship programs, and I urge you to see how we can push whatever is existing to its maximum. I think it would be helpful to look at that citywide to see if there's some benefit in filling some of the needed crucial positions, and I'd urge the city to take a look at that. But again, the apprenticeship is a wonderful program. It's a wonderful way to get community members into skilled positions, but you can't just, you can't hire these positions off the street. These people are trained through a wonderful program, and at the end of the day, you've got a trained employee who's trained the way you want to the benefit of the city, and there's a discounted rate on the program. I won't get into the math, but it pays for itself, plus quite a lot. So I'd urge the city to help us to try to get those on board and up and running.
Moving on to the Targeted Local Hire Program. Again, we negotiated this agreement to create permanent alternative pathways into good civil service jobs for local community residents. These jobs are real jobs. These are not training jobs. Maybe you'll get a job someday. This is a pathway to a permanent city jobs. Folks come in as either vocational workers or office trainees. We are willing to negotiate other trainee classifications as we identify them. Folks come in, make a minimum of $15 an hour. The actual entry level is a bit higher than that, with full benefits, and begin from day one paying into their pension. They take a 6-month training period and graduate into a parallel civil service class and eventually matriculate into full civil service status. So this is creating the workforce of the city's future, and this is the foundation of creating a strategic approach to succession planning in the city of Los Angeles. Next, we're going to hear from our partners, Scope, to talk about the community perspective on targeted local hire.
Thank you. So again, my name is Ben Tony. I am an organizer with Scope in South LA, and I'm actually here to speak on behalf of one of our members, Sonia Taylor, who was planning on coming today, but because her work schedule changed, she was not able to join us. And I think that that's actually something that's important to keep in mind here for a person who is working multiple jobs, sometimes seasonal jobs, working as a care provider. The sort of schedule that she's required to hold makes it challenging to have sort of a guaranteed steady income in terms of having the work that really provides for the quality of life that she deserves. And so I think that Sonia really asked that I mention that she actually applied to the Targeted Local Hire Program last month, and actually yesterday was just selected for interview. And so we've got our fingers crossed. But that from her perspective, oh, there we go, we're kicking in. From her perspective, the Targeted Local Hire Program helps to make these jobs accessible to people throughout the city who may have faced barriers to accessing these jobs historically. And so I think it's important to think about the Targeted Local Hire Program in terms of a tool to help to create a sort of more accessible entryway into city employment opportunities for people throughout the city. I think that we really want to continue to support and to move this program to scale, right? I think that we've seen a lot of promise in the early stages of its implementation, but we also want to see it expanded beyond the sort of the set of positions that I'm sure we're going to go into in just a moment, and really look at this as an alternative entryway for access to work at the city. Thank you.
So we wanted the committee to be aware that we've targeted certain key city departments that we know where we have tremendous potential and opportunity to kickstart the Targeted Local Hire Program, and in particular the Bureau of Sanitation, Street Services, Recreation and Parks, Department of General Services, the LAWA, Los Angeles Airport, and the Port of Los Angeles. These departments actually have experience working with us historically workforce development programs, and we believe can really be the leaders in the first phase of targeted local hire implementation. And again, the entry levels are vocational worker, that we'll have some slides in just a second that show you the career pathways that leads to, as well as office assistant. Here's an example of the clerical and administrative side. You can see that it begins at the entry level. People will then will have the opportunity to test and promote to the supervisory level, the mid-management level, and the career ladder even goes higher than that. As you know, someone can go, the sky is not the limit in the city. Someone can go all the way to the top. Same thing for vocational worker. The entry level can lead to skilled truck operator, equipment operator, other opportunities in supervisory ranks, as well as mid-management, all the way up to upper management. That's the goal.
And can I, again, sorry to interrupt you, but to go back to the pilot department titles in use, why only 3 classifications? It seems to me that there's vastly more classifications that we could use, that we need people in, that this program would be appropriate for. So why are we only talking about vocational workers 1 and 2 and office assistants?
We started with those because those training classifications already existed within the civil service system. We're completely open to creating other ones, and we already have ideas for what those might be, and I'm sure you do as well. And we'd be happy to work with you and all of the city departments to identify where those training classifications can be created. We absolutely agree.
The widest net possible allows the greatest degree of engagement.
Absolutely, we agree. Thank you. Just to update you on the work of the Targeted Local Hire Committee, we've been working for over 2 years at this point, creating the infrastructure to be able to streamline the application process. We had a soft launch this past February. We have a slide in just a second that will show you the progress of that launch. But just to let you know, the committee has been meeting on a minimum of a monthly basis, and we have a number of subcommittees that have also been working to, again, create this infrastructure to implement our program. The mayor has brought on the Honorable Jackie Goldberg to help coordinate all of us, including the coalition, the personnel department, and all of the city operating departments. The committee also includes community partners, and as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, city council representatives have also been attending those meetings. The next slide just shows you the process of going from the entry level to the parallel civil service class, and then the matriculation to the regular civil service classification within 12 months. The next slide shows you the targeted populations, folks, again, who have traditionally faced barriers to civil service employment, which includes local residents in areas of higher poverty, higher than the median poverty. I would just note that these zip codes in these high poverty areas are the same that we use for project labor agreements in city construction projects. We're also targeting homeless and formerly homeless, formerly incarcerated individuals, veterans, disconnected youth, formerly foster youth, older workers, disabled individuals, transgender residents, as well as former gang members. These are the numbers from our soft launch. We've received close to 600 applications so far, and that's without doing a public announcement. That's just through the grapevine. And you can see the numbers of the targeted populations that we have received applications from so far. And so far, we've received close to 600 applications. Over 200 folks have been referred for interviews, and 23 individuals have been hired. Obviously, those numbers are low, but again, that's on a kind of word of mouth, getting the word out. We plan to do a full public launch in July. The 6 WorkSource centers are geographically distributed, but they were additionally selected because these centers have a proven track record of effectively serving the hardest to serve residents of our city and have had much success in placing vulnerable populations in living wage work. So we chose these agencies as the lead WorkSource centers for our program. The community-based organizations that have partnered with us are shown here. Over 70 organizations have been reached out to all around the city to let them know how their members and clients can participate. And we've entered into agreements with most of these organizations to be referral agencies. There is some work involved in being a referral agency, and that requires them to have some staff capacity to certify that the people they're referring are quote-unquote work-ready. So many of those organizations have really volunteered to sign up to do some of that preliminary work to make sure that the candidates that we send to our operating departments are fully prepared and ready to work from day one. Here's some areas where we believe we can find some immediate success and be able to do targeted local hire to meet the service demands for key city initiatives, including the sidewalk program. As you know better than everyone, Mr. Chair, we have an obligation to do $1.4 billion worth of sidewalk work in the coming years. That is estimated to be approximately 2,400 miles per year. We have experience again in the past, historically, in the context of welfare to work. We use the Bureau of Street Services as one of the primary employers in that program, doing sidewalk work, particularly doing sidewalk repairs and curb cuts that we were required to do way back when for our ADA requirements. So we know that folks can do that work, integrate very well, and use that as a basis to be able to promote up the ladder very expeditiously. We also have the Clean Streets Initiative. That is a very large and growing program, and we have enormous opportunities to staff up to get that work done for what the residents of our city are looking for us and expecting us to do. We have an enormous amount of water work, as Food and Water Watch has attested to. We have a commitment to ending homelessness in this city. We think we can integrate homeless and formerly homeless folks into our program. Again, we have experience and opportunities through partnerships with community-based organizations to do that. We have an enormous deficit of parks, and the parks that we do have need to be cleaned and maintained and have recreation services in them. We have a new program, Bureau of Sanitation. That's the private waste hauling franchise program. Some people may not be aware that although that will be done, that work will be done by the private waste haulers, the Bureau of Sanitation has an enormous amount of work involved in administering the program. Our customer care center, our call center in sanitation, and in addition to our 311 call center in information and technology, will be taking the service calls to service that program. So we need to staff up in those call centers and to fully service the calls that will be coming in. And if you take a look at both 311 and the customer care center, you will also see what we've been pointing to in terms of an overuse of as-needed staffing in the call centers. We have in both those call centers roughly an equivalent number of permanent civil service employees and as-needed staffing in the call centers. We think that's an area where we need reform and redress and to fully staff and enhance services in the call centers.
Okay. Hi. Am I on? I'm not. There I am. Thanks. So now we're going to go looking for 5,000 frontline service jobs. We have 3 source documents that we examined, first being the Joint Labor Management Committee, which gets reports on healthcare enrollment. We saw, I'm going to go through a detailed slide later, so I'm just going to skip this. And then we have the Coalition Payroll. I produced a report for you that's titled Job Growth Search, where we put 15 and 16 payroll data next to each other to see where we're at. And then the CAFR, the Comprehensive Audited Financial Report by the Controller's Office, it showed a net of 700 new positions. And then in the supplemental book, we saw proposed filled positions and then the proposed vacancies. The vacancy number, we're glad they weren't swept. We're hoping more will be funded. and then we put the proposed field next to the CAFR actuals, and it's static. The healthcare report shows 618 net growth of 618 full-time workers and a net growth of 371 workers. And then the payroll data that I provided, the 2015 grand total was a little over 14,000, and the grand total for this past recent year I got in April 18th run was higher, but the net growth is only 593. I also, while I was looking at that, I wanted to see at job title level where we were losing actual filled bodies. This is payroll data. It's so these are actual people who have and service providers who have they're not in these positions anymore. You'll see a lot of custodials. You'll see a lot of maintenance laborers. You see 911 PSR series. Then also construction titles, carpenters, cement workers, equipment operators, heavy-duty truck operators, maintenance laborers, gardeners. We saw a drop in traffic officer 2s, and there's one gardener caretaker that left at the zoo. But they also have a vocational worker, so that person might be moving into that title. So that's the snapshot of the data that we found. Next is the Revenue Commission, and David's going to talk about it.
So yeah, we got to pay for this stuff, right? So we as you see on the slide, we have a letter of agreement negotiated by the Fix LA Coalition in the city to create this revenue committee, largely born out of national crisis. And the purpose was to create new funding sources to generate a level of revenue sufficient to provide high-quality city services that are consistent across the city. This all connects with the targeted hiring program. We got to have the revenues to follow up with that. Revenue Commission structure, the Mayor's Commission, 15 appointed to serve a 24-month period, including an Inspector General, individuals from the community, organizations, academia, business people, and representatives of the Coalition of LA Unions. Quarterly in-council budget and finance meetings and to the mayor's budget team. And the mayor has the coalition's nominations per our letter of agreement. And we are requesting an update from the mayor's staff. And we have some starting points, some ideas we talked about in the past and we'd like to see implemented, including billboard revenue generation, commercial property reassessment, tax loopholes, shared economy tax collection, blight inspections and enforcement, residential real estate speculation revenue enhancement, financial services transparency and evaluation, business taxes simplification and evaluation, and recreation and parks funding enhancement. We also note that just I think this week or yesterday in the LA Weekly, it mentions that we lose $19 million a year in licensing. The canvassers go out and they do a one-time licensing for animals, and they don't go back and do a renewal. So when they go back and renew, we lose $19 million a year. Again, we've identified these as some starting points, and we'd love to see the Revenue Committee start and capture this revenue.
Back to weeds, so that's me. So one of the things we wanted to do was take a look at how the actuals for the general fund have been doing. I want to be very careful here. I'm talking about the comprehensive audited financial report. It's separate and apart from the budget, totally apples and oranges. I understand that. But when you look at the actual cash that comes in, there's not a deficit. And that's a good thing. So this is the general fund over a 10-year period, as in the CAFR. And you can see at the end of year, we've had a positive cash flow. Last year when the books closed for June 30th, 2016, we had $1 billion in cash in the general fund. And of that cash, about half of it was unassigned, which meant, it wasn't tagged for specific uses. This is just my footnote homework because I'm a geek. So you can see the source of where that data came from on the other slides. So, and then just a last note, as Cheryl said at the beginning, at least 50% of our positions are on special funds in departments and bureaus. We were excited to hear from the controller's report that they're auditing the unused funds, and we think it's likely that there'll be more money that gets identified as similar to when we went through the encumbrances process. We understand that there are limitations on what those funds could be used for, but we think there's potential to use money that's going to be identified to fund more jobs and services. David.
City-linked initiatives to city careers. Again, we talk about some of the initiatives that are going forward and how we connect them to our target hiring program, to our task force work. And clearly, we've identified monies that are available. In particular, we talk about the sidewalk repair. We heard from Street Services the other day. We're still not clear what that plan is, how they plan on doing the work. We have a cadre of potential hires to do this work, entry-level work, career path work. We don't know what the plan is there. Clean streets, the homelessness initiative, clean water initiative. Supply and demand, just a little caveat there. As long as contractors know the city doesn't have a fully staffed workforce, taxpayers and residents will pay more for outsourced service delivery with less quality control. The general manager of the city's street services said the other day that they had contracted out the medium work, and the lowest bidder came in the middle of the project, walked off the job because they wanted more money. And right now, today, that work is being done by city employees. Again, an opportunity to work with those initiatives. As needed positions, budget to enforce the letter of agreement in the mayor's directive, reverse recession increase of as needed jobs, transportation, traffic officers, information representatives and maintenance laborers, rec and parks for recreation assistants, special program assistants, and custodial and maintenance crews in the zoo.
Again, just to note, we understand that when there was a hiring freeze, departments use as-needed staffing because the work didn't go away. The service demands are still there, they're still here, and they're growing. And folks use as-needed staff to limp along and try to get by. But now is the time to really look at what's going on and put a stop to that and restore, maintain the services and restore the services that were lost through full permanent staffing. I would say that the Bureau of Sanitation is one of the worst offenders at this point. I hate to say that because that has not been historically their position, but they have maintained the as-needed staffing in both the communication information representative classification in the call center, as well as on the blue-collar side in the maintenance laborer classification. And they really, I believe, need to be called to account to what is going on there and why they are not staffing appropriately to be able to meet the challenges and demands for which they've been given by you, the policymakers, and which the community is expecting.
As part of our concluding remarks, we really wanted to clearly identify some of the barriers to the success of the program that we've identified and really suggest remedies. A great frustration to us in the budget documents is that the budget documents identify 3,793 vacant positions with virtually no accountability or transparency as to where these positions are held, the services that these positions might be, utilized to provide. And so again, it's important, we believe, to begin to require departments to provide transparency. Large employers typically have tools known as position control, where vacancies are identified by classification, title, et cetera, service, We don't have that in the city of Los Angeles, and it's been a huge barrier to, I think, our collective ability to identify not only the dollar amount of the vacancies, but where these vacancies are, what services they should be utilized, and also really to guide the budget makers in terms of maybe potential decisions about where you might move or, sort of maybe not allow departments to continuously hold vacancies, but move those dollars to other departments, other frontline services. Again, there's no opportunity to really get our arms around it, and we think it's a huge barrier that keeps us from fully being able to kind of identify these vacancies and fill them and provide needed services. So the departments in this environment, the departments truly need to be our partners to begin to identify vacancies that exist in their department in a full, complete way. And that simply hasn't happened. We just have not had the full engagement and involvement of department general managers in this process of position identification. And so that is really a recommendation that needs to come strongly, we believe, from the Budget Committee. Again, we talked about the Strategic Workforce Planning Joint Labor Management Committee has not been fully implemented. Again, this is a concept of great significance, and again, we would ask that the report back be asked as you've done. Again, we've seen too much outsourcing of work that should be done through targeted local hire. Bureau of Street Services is a key example. We believe that a large part of the new work on sidewalks, et cetera, is being outsourced. That's simply unacceptable. We know that there's 30 years worth of work in terms of sidewalks. We know that additional dollars will be forthcoming to the department in terms of the gas tax, Measure M dollars. There needs to be a kind of clear strategic plan about how these dollars will be used, utilizing city forces and in concert with targeted local hiring programs. And lastly, we would ask that departments using as-needed exempt employees, again, be more transparent about these use, and that we convert, where possible, in accordance with Mayoral Executive Directive 15, that these positions be converted to regular full-time positions so that they can be recruited, again, through the targeted local hire program. And we specifically identified the call centers and sanitation, as well as much of the work done by maintenance laborers in sanitation. Again, vocational workers through targeted local hire could be doing this work. So we ask that there be some specific direction and concern about that issue. So I've identified a number of our recommendations. Again, the bottom line is let's restore frontline services by hiring city workers, and let's do it in a strategic and smart way. We would ask that there be mayoral staff reports back on the implementation of the Revenue Commission and the Strategic Workforce Development Task Force. In addition, we would ask that committee, that task force, be required to report back to Budget and Finance at least on a quarterly basis. Again, we believe that the budget needs to explicitly develop a strategy to convert as-needed positions to regular positions per Executive Directive Order 15. In the Department of Recreation and Parks, for example, $37 million of that budget is as needed, and there's never any strategy to how some of those dollars could be converted to the employment of regular full-time positions. We've seen an exponential growth in the Bureau of Sanitation, where traditionally the budget had been filled with regular positions, and there's been a conversion to as needed, so that this year, unprecedented number of $4 million in as needed. So we think that those dollars need to be explicitly broken down and a push be made to actually program those positions in regular civil service jobs. And of course, again, an ongoing strategy as it relates to the Los Angeles Police Department to move sworn officers out onto patrol, doing the work that they need to do to keep our communities safe, and let's allow administrative clerks, senior administrative clerks, PSRs, property officers, and detention officers to do the work that they're trained to do. This work is obviously more affordable for the city of Los Angeles. These are workers who are trained and skilled in these capacities and provide this level of work at a greater level of efficiency and competency. And of course, our officers should be designated and allowed to perform the work for which they are trained. And again, we want to make one call, if you will, for a future payroll system. We find enormous challenges with the existing payroll system, in that as we negotiate progressive ideas to begin to create more transparency and accountability in the city workforce, we find that we're often stymied by the lack of data that's available to us in the payroll system. And we think moving forward, it just needs to be a critical priority for the city of Los Angeles, and that you would investigate the use of infrastructure bonds to be able to fund a payroll system moving forward for this century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we could go back to, I just want you to see all of the groups. There are 19 or 20 groups that are part of the Fix LA Coalition, and I didn't acknowledge that. I don't need to say the names, but I just want you to look at them. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Well, thank you all very much. And members, I'm going to open it up for questions, keeping in mind, though, that we're preparing a final report list, which I would like to have us vote on and approve before we finish today, so that departments can get to work on that final list and bring those back on Thursday for our consideration. And we need those reports back, departments, by Wednesday, sometime before end of business, and well before end of business. If we can get it by midday tomorrow, that would probably, Sharon, you like? Yeah, I mean, Wednesday morning would be ideal. Wednesday, anything after noon is really cutting into our ability to be able to consider that, CLA's ability to consider that, and then have a reasonable discussion about these things beginning at 9 a.m. on Thursday morning. So departments, I know I hector you every year, but I need to emphasize, we've done our part by reducing the number of reports back. We need your reports by tomorrow, I'm going to say tomorrow noon latest. And so, members, in that regard, in terms of reports back with regard to the coalition's report, we've already requested a report back on the Strategic Workforce Development Task Force. The Revenue Commission was discussed earlier today, and we will, we have continuing funding for that. I guess I'll go ahead and ask for an special study implementation report on timelines for the Revenue Commission as well. I think we've covered it, but just in case we haven't, let's go ahead and get a special study report back on the express plan for that. I'm not going to ask for a report back today, but you will have our commitment that we will have regular agendized consideration of the Strategic Workforce Development Task Force and the Revenue Commission as we move forward. That will be a part of our work. I would also ask that I'm going to just ask it as a special study report now with recommendations for the conversion of as-needed positions to regular positions, which I want this committee to continue to consider over the course of the year so that we can gradually move in that direction. One point that I would add to all of the points that you made in terms of regularizing these positions is we've talked about our pension obligations, and In the past, there's been concern about the pension obligations expanding as more regular positions are added, but at the same time, the employee contribution percentage increases as we hire people who are actually paying into their retirement now. Part of the challenge we've had is, as we've had essentially a hiring freeze or reduction, we have fewer active members paying in, more retirees receiving benefits, and as those vectors are departing or diverging, we have to kind of start to bring them back together with more hires that will produce more services, more contributions to the pension funds, and yes, there will be an obligation 20 and 30 years down the road, but right now it's going to help us considerably in narrowing that unfunded liability. So I think that needs to be a direction that we're going to be going in. So we'll be looking over the course of this next few months and throughout this budget year for recommendations as to regularizing positions. I think we've discussed at length in this committee when the police department was here and otherwise. There are many reports that have been already requested about civilian work and expanding the civilian workforce in the LAPD and getting uniforms out of civilian positions. I think we've covered that pretty well with what we've asked for already. And then the future payroll system, there's been a lot of discussion about PACER and moving forward with that. We're continuing to monitor that. We get how urgent that is and the vulnerabilities that are exposed when we don't have it. I'll want to make sure that as we move forward, I think that all of the things in your recommendations are pretty much covered by the PACER system when it is finally implemented and completed, as far as position authority control and linking to budgeting and improving this as a management tool. That's what PACER is intended to do. And we're on pace to complete PACER now. So I think that should meet your needs on that. So with that said, members, I'd like to open it up to you for questions or, yes, Ms. Martinez.
I have one quick question. What efforts are being made to focus on women in your targeted local hire program, particularly in positions in public works? You talked about different categories of folks that you're recruiting.
Right.
But what are we doing to focus on the number of women?
Well, we're doing a lot in terms of outreach, encouraging people to apply in the terms of how folks are being reached out to, how folks are being given orientation. So just to let you know that folks don't just apply, they're actually put through a 1 to 2 hour orientation on what the city program is about, what civil service is, what opportunities are available to, what city positions are available to anyone who applies, including non-traditional occupations for both men and women. And so folks are being asked to self-identify what type of occupation, blue collar, clerical, administrative, and giving counseling information about the career opportunities. So women are being strongly urged to apply for any and all positions that are available.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about younger girls. It just appears to me that perhaps a pre-apprenticeship program could be created so that young girls could have a pathway to see themselves in these careers. Because if we do not start them young, I often say you can't be what you can't see. And so to see yourself in these non-traditional careers for women, I just think it's it's certainly something that we should be focused on. I'm particularly really interested in the public works positions because so many of those positions you routinely see men, but little girls don't see themselves growing up to fill these positions. I just think it's an important opportunity. We want to create the next generation of workforce in the city. Just a thought.
I think that's an excellent idea, and I totally agree that you can't be what you can't see. We've created a partnership, just as an example, with the school district.
I saw that.
Yeah, and that's going to grow and develop into a more sophisticated program. We want to...
so maybe there's room there.
Absolutely.
So
we want to do
recruit, cultivate, and get these young girls to see themselves in these non-traditional women positions. Anyways, that was all I had. Thank you.
We'll do it.
Thank you.
I just want to address the pre-apprenticeship. Both the building trades and myself are working on, through the target hiring, trying to develop a pre-apprenticeship type of training. The building trades has such a program. We're trying to figure out how to target that into this targeted hiring. So access for for women, young people who are the targeted group as well, have an opportunity to get into the apprenticeship type programs. We're actively working on that right now.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Your mic's not working. That's okay. First off, thank you. This is really a great report, and I'm glad that we went through all the recommendations in terms of making sure that we have report backs on them. Again, you've done a stellar job of bringing a lot of the important issues of our budget and focus for our city to light. One thing, a couple questions on the targeted local hiring, which I'm a big fan of as a program. When you were going through it, though, one concern jumped out at me on pages 34 and 35, which was that page 34, you look at the workforce centers, the 6 that you chose, there's only one in the valley. You know, the valley is more than 40% of the population, and there's 0 in the West Valley. So that's of grave concern to me that it feels like there's a big part of the city that's not being targeted. And similarly, when you flip the page and you see the targeted local hire organizations, I'm thumbing through them, and there's only about 4 of them that have a connection to the valley. So some a little bit, maybe that's too broad, maybe there's a few more, but it's clearly very, very light on valley partners. And that's a big concern to me. You know, it's a big part of the city, and yes, we're far flung from where City Hall is and downtown, but there are a lot of folks who need jobs. There's a lot of poverty out in the valley, all over the valley. And
I could just address that. Actually, those 6 workforce centers are the lead agencies that were selected for the reasons that I mentioned, but all 17 city workforce centers are involved in the program. So all 17, including the centers that are in your district, sir, are involved in the program, and including those, that list of community-based organizations is a preliminary one. Jackie Goldberg and a subcommittee of our Togo Local Hiring Committee have been meeting with every organization that's been recommended by every city council office and every other, anybody who's recommended any community-based organization. So if you have organizations in your district, please let me know, let Jackie Goldberg know, and we will definitely reach out to those organizations and make sure that they're included in being able to refer their clients or members into the program. There's no intention to leave out any square inch of the city. We've done our best to incorporate every organization and agency that we can. So if we've left anybody out, please let us know, and we'll make sure that we reach out to and include them.
I guess just, you know, to put a pin in, I don't know how many folks, even on the committee, are from the valley. I'm sure there's some, I hope. But just put a pin in that to keep an extra focus on that, and it is something that often gets lost in programs throughout the city, and so I wanted to raise it. You mentioned the personnel issue and liability issue at Hyperion. That was gravely concerning to me to hear that, so I want to ask for a report back on the liabilities and those issues from the appropriate departments to put that out there. That doesn't have to be a budget one. It could be a special report back, but that's certainly worth mentioning. I liked what you said about the auditing, hopefully, of the special funds is going to create more jobs. I'm very optimistic that that's going to happen as well. I wanted to ask about engaging the general managers in position identification. Makes a lot of sense to me. I wanted to ask you to flesh that out a little bit in terms of specifically what can we do to encourage that? What are we asking of our general managers to make sure that that happens? Makes a lot of sense to me, but help me understand it, and so we can make some action items out of it.
So because there is no overall system of position control in the city of Los Angeles, the vacancies that are held are only known by each operating department, and so it becomes extraordinarily important that we believe that the departments should be required to actually produce those lists, and maybe we can just begin with the targeted departments to produce the list of the actual vacancies that exist in those departments, the classifications. And then the second piece, of course, would then be to identify which of these vacancies are appropriate for targeted local hire. but also really to allow for a second level of budgetary review. I mean, these positions are being held vacant. Maybe these are not the right classifications. Maybe some of these vacancies should be reprogrammed to frontline services. That really is that's the challenge that we face in terms of really, our reliance on department general managers to be transparent about the vacancies that exist, and then to work with us, work with the strategic workforce, the Strategic Workplace Joint Labor Management Committee to then identify these positions and allow them to be targeted for part of the targeted local hire program. So,
yeah, I mean, I must be missing something because I would think that this would be readily available data.
Nope.
I mean, obviously it's not,
No.
And it certainly should be publicly accessible data. Unless I'm missing some piece to this, why it's not? I mean, I'm assuming if you did not asking you to do it this way, but if you did a Freedom of Information Act, or you would get it.
Well, okay.
But so my point is, I don't see a reason why it shouldn't be public information. I guess I'm putting that out there. So maybe the next step is to ask for a report back on how to increase transparency with vacant positions to make it more accessible. I mean, I would, I'm a big proponent of open data and getting all of our information out there, and sunshine's a great disinfectant, all that good stuff. So ideally, I'd like to see this as an open data issue. Now, there may be reasons why we can't do it that way. I don't know, but that's why I'm putting out the special study, asking for the study to come back about how we create better transparency, how we can have this information published in real time, and create that partnership that you're talking about. It seems to make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Blumenthal, I just want to touch on that. Just up the street at the county, they can produce position authority lists for vacancies and do every month and send them to us. Because of the payroll structure, we can't do that in the city. So that's part of the transparency problem.
You think, is it technical? Well, this will come back in the report back. If this is a technical issue or there's something else at play.
There's probably both. I mean, there's probably multiple factors.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
It's partly because we have a Model T pacer system, and as we're going through the replacement, all of these things should be integrated into the specs for the replacement as we're moving forward, which I believe will be done as we're moving forward through your committee, and it's project managed by ITA now. I think we can develop all of that as we move forward.
So, again, we would ask in the interim period, at least those departments that are on the list of the targeted hires be required to produce a full and complete list of their vacancies by classification and sort of potential, and the services that these positions might be utilized to provide, if they're being held in certain work units, et cetera, so that can be a starting point, for this transparent effort. Absent that, we simply are operating in the dark in terms of really trying to, kind of push forward the identification of these positions for integration into our targeted local hire program.
I want to add to that during the targeted local hire program meetings, the personnel department asked for that data, and they were not able to get it. So, multiple challenges.
We'll get the study back and figure out how to solve those challenges. I think we're all committed to doing that. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Mr. Bonner?
Thank you. I'm baffled by the complexity of getting this information. I mean, I don't know why, clearly the stuff I don't understand, but I don't know why the CAO can't call the general managers of these 7 departments and create a Google Doc and get it done in a day and a half. I mean, I assume each department knows this information and it's just sort of siloed.
Yes.
I mean, there's something I'm missing because I don't know why it couldn't be done in a Google Doc. At least, maybe not for all the information you're requesting, but at least for the number of positions and the title. I mean, I would think if I called the general manager of DOT, she might not have the information offhand, but someone on her staff could get me that information within a day. I don't know. That just seems like something that could be done. Of the targeted pilot departments you have listed, I see you got sanitation, street services, rec and parks, general services, LAWA, and the port. Is there a reason you didn't include Department of Transportation?
I think it was solely voluntary. They opted out, or they said they couldn't participate at that point. At least in the initial, they chose or said they could not participate in our program initially. We'd like them to be involved, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to consider that. I mean, one of the things that's in Exhibit H is moving away from part-time traffic officers.
Yes, sir.
And I think the mayor's office would be very supportive of considering using the replacement of part-time traffic officers with part of the targeted local hire. So,
and again, we'd have discussions. I personally have discussions with the mayor's office and staff, and we're coming with ideas, at least trying to get ideas of doing just what you're, in terms of traffic control, parking enforcement to improve.
Yeah, absolutely. I would think so. And if there's anything I can do to help with particular focus for DOT or for the airport, I'm happy to do so. There was some great stuff in here. In the interest of time and getting the instructions to staff so they can get us stuff turned over, I'll just save any further conversations for outside the context of the meeting. But thank you for all the hard work.
And can I just add this? I think your frustration is our frustration. It's been our frustration, and we need your help to drive it. That's why we come here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, and just on that point of calling up the general manager, we could do that for today, but the number will be different 2 months from now, and 2 months after that, and 2 months after that. And so, yeah, that would be a temporary solution, but it's not an institutional solution that we really need, so that it's publicly available anytime by anybody who needs to have access to it. And I think, we're going to get there. We've made a lot of improvement. We've made some improvement with some of our technological advances. We still have a long, long way to go. All right, anything else, members, for the coalition? All right, thank you all very much. Appreciate your patience, and thank you for your diligence in producing this report. Appreciate it. All right, members. So what you have before you now, members, is the updated Budget and Finance Committee questions list. And we just added a few more. I think they were all special study reports, so those will be included in a subsequent report. But I at least want to get this approved with the understanding that, yes, we added a few more. They're missing from this list, but we're going to assume that there was careful note-taking being done and that those will be captured. But we at least want to send this out so that by noon tomorrow, the departments will be back with the responses that we've asked for. So please go ahead and look over the list and let me know if there's any changes or additions you'd like to make. Mr. Bonin?
Under CIEP, item 509, as part of that request, I'd asked for a revised chart that was on page 205. So I just wanted to specify that. And then there were 5 things I mentioned that weren't in here, but I've emailed them to staff.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Martinez? No? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Mr. Englander?
A couple minor changes. Also under, let me see, this is under MICLA number 501. To add to that, to report back on how these vehicles are used and how often. On under GCP number 468, the last sentence should be to discuss the need to include travel authority in both items. That's not items 62 and 63. On personnel, no, I'm fine with that. On under the UB for 490, that should be a budget impact, not a special study. Number 490, very last page. That should be a budget impact. And I believe Mr. Kokorian was on that with me as well, so it should be both of us. And then the next one, number 493, should also be a budget impact. And actually requesting the money, the possibility of moving that money directly into the departmental budget for those services.
Okay. I have just a couple on GCP number 470 regarding the Justice Fund. That's fine. The language is fine as it is, but in addition, there should be an Exhibit H instruction that there be no transfer of the funds until council specifically so authorizes following the policy decisions. And also on Exhibit H, and related to the fireboat as well, the current Exhibit H instruction instructs the fire department to enter into an agreement with the port, and I'd like to know whether we can simply instruct the port to provide the reimbursement in Exhibit H, rather than putting the impetus on the fire department to once again go back and try to negotiate a resolution. All right, Mr. Blumenfield?
A couple. On the ITA 525, number 525, it reads, report on how proposed bring your own device policy compares to the mobile worker policy. It should just add, and the relations to the VoIP upgrades. On number...
I'm sorry, Mr. Blumenfield. Thank you, because I wanted to also add on to this one, if you don't mind. On
Sure.
525, since that's a special study report, I'd like to also have an analysis done of what potential issues of data security and liability bring your own device policy might involve.
Good point. Okay, and then on number 505, where is it here? I want it to read slightly differently here, so it should read, get a report back on using $5 million of Measure M funding to front fund projects for greenways with transit, multimodal, stormwater, BMPs, with the Measure M funding being reimbursed once we receive payment. That is how it should read. Okay, and then where's the other one? We mentioned the zoo stuff was mentioned by and the measure when we were talking about H, and I added in that when they were talking about comparing it to the door price to the membership, to include incentives and discounts. I don't see that reflected in this report. I don't know if that was just added in or if that needs to be a report back, but I want to make sure that that gets done. And then budget item number 495, it says report on the items in the unappropriated balance that should be moved to the departments. Strike departments and insert general fund or GCP. And I think that's it. And that's it.
Okay. Anything else, members? Okay, so I think the total that we have now is 130 budget impact reports, Matt. So I was perhaps a little overly optimistic that we had brought the number down, but still it's a manageable number compared to some past years. I do just want to again remind every one of the departments we are going to be resuming this committee Thursday morning at 9 a.m. At that time, I expect members to be able to thoughtfully consider these reports back and not do this on the fly. So if reports are not here by noon tomorrow, I cannot guarantee that we will consider departmental requests contained in those reports. So we must have the reports back, all of them, by tomorrow at noon. So, and then members, just so for your planning purposes, we resume here Thursday at 9. We'll go ahead and consider the reports. We'll have discussions about our priorities. We'll provide some instructions to the CLA, and then we will be dark until May 12th. And on the 12th, we'll come back to consider the rack-up and the CLA's recommendations. So with that, if there's any other questions or comments, I guess we do need to vote on the list as it's been approved. So Mr. Bonin moves and Mr. Blumenfield seconds the list as amended. If there's no objections. Yes, including, even though we don't know what those are,
Exactly.
but we're gonna go with you on this one,
just
Mike.
depleting the reserve fund.
Yeah. So for purposes of consideration on Thursday, we'll consider the list as it's been amended to be approved. And with that, if there's nothing further, members, the committee will be in recess until 9 a.m. on Thursday. Thanks very much, everyone.
So